we're probably having just a few technical difficulties right now, but we are going to continue. I think we're good. We're good. Okay, great for technology. We're good. First of all, I would like to welcome you here. My name is McClain. I'm the program manager for the Mountain Pine Beetle College Program. And you probably wonder why we're in this little room, and well, I guess we all wonder that, but it's very busy at the university, and the university was very gracious to accommodate us in this room. And given the fact that we anticipated about 20, 30, but we ended up with about 50 registrants to this meeting, so you will probably experience some coziness, and I would put a challenge to you to meet new friends and colleagues here during the next couple of hours, at least until about 3 o'clock. And we're very happy to have Allan Carrol, Brad Seeley, and Clive Welham here from the University of British Columbia to talk about a very unique part of their research. But we're going to leave that for Erica to introduce our guest speakers. What I'd like to do is to provide you a bit of context of where this project actually fits within the research program, the Mountain Pine Beetle research program at the FRI Research. So I prepared a few slides. We're going to zip through them. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them. And when you ask a question, particularly of our guest speakers, I would really like it if you were to stand and speak very clearly, because we have a mic here, and there are people, about 10 people, that are live streaming into this meeting. And so out of courtesy to them, I think it would be helpful if you spoke clearly so that they could hear your question. And when they have a question, they will type their question in, and Ben will receive it at the console. And during appropriate times, I'll turn to Ben, or maybe Erica will do that, or maybe Allan, you'll catch, Ben will catch your eye, and he'll read the question, and then we'll go on from there. Okay, so this is the Mountain Pine Beetle Ecology Program. And the Mountain Pine Beetle Ecology Program has is governed by, well, not governed, it has oversight by an activity team. And our activity team, over the last number of years, has defined its research direction, or the breadth of the research areas that it would like to invest in. And these are the 4 research theme areas: mountain pine beetle biology and management, hydrological impacts of mountain pine beetle, dynamics of natural and managed lodgepole pines stands following mountain pine beetle. And this one here, social and economic implications of a changing landscape. That particular one hasn't been very active for about the last 4 years, but just recently we have teamed up with TRIA Network, and there is a project that's going on right now focusing on community resiliency in the face of changes, dramatic changes such as mountain pine beetle, or it could be other changes such as downturn in mining, or say a large fire that we witnessed in Fort McMurray and even Slave Lake. How do communities, how do they develop resiliency? How do they exercise that resiliency so the community remains vibrant? And this is just, I'm not going to spend any time on this at all, other than to say that these are the projects that are being funded under the Mountain Pine Beetle Ecology Program under this particular theme number 1, right here. And this particular one here is the one that we're gathered here today to hear about. And Allan Carrol and his colleagues, Clive and Brad, and even Harry Nelson was part of the initial submission to the Mountain Pine Beetle Ecology Program to talk about assessing the effectiveness of Alberta's forest management strategies against the mountain pine beetle. You know, Alberta invests an awful lot of money in operational procedures to put a fence around the mountain pine beetle, or at least to limit its spread or slow its spread. But how well are we doing? That's what this project is about. And again, there's part 1 to that project and part 2. You'll hear both about those parts today. And another project that that Allan is involved in is the persistence or extinction of the mountain pine beetle in the eastern leading edge of the spread of the mountain pine beetle. And of course, Barry Cook and Elliot McIntyre are working on, it's Elliot, that's his first name, and Cook, Barry Cook, that's his last name, have to change that. I ran this by Barry, he didn't say a word, neither did Elliot, but anyway. So simulating a mountain pine spread, and they're using a very state-of-the-art spread model, or platform for developing spread models called Spades. The next one, theme number 2, is the hydrological impacts, and you can see here the types of studies that are going on. And one particular one that is very interesting is the one where they can use past or historic hydrological data, and they're looking to use that to hypothesize about what sites could be used or targeted for rehabilitation. So this is, again, a very important research theme area. And dynamics of natural and managed lodgepole pine stands following mountain pine beetle, that's theme number 3. And these are the studies that we are currently supporting. Certainly the FGROW, which I'm sure everybody here is familiar with. They're doing an awful lot of evaluation of stand growth in stands that have been attacked by mountain pine beetle. Beyond Beetle, that's a fairly major project where we are actually a co-funder. There's the Department of Agriculture, SRD, I'm for the old school, but I really need to get with the program here. It's Alberta Agriculture and Forestry. They are co-funding this along with FRIA, and this is a very large operational, it's a research study that is linked into a very large operational study that is being conducted by Derek Sitters and Vic Leifers at the University of Alberta. And then also there's another study that we're funding. It's actually, or not funding, we're assisting in the funding of the collection of data. And this data is relative to issues related to vegetation regrowth as it affects food source for species at risk, such as caribou and grizzly bear. And again, rehabilitation of beetle-killed stands by improving pine seedling performance. We are looking at below ground ecologies of mycorrhizae. You know, very often we get focused on what's above ground because that's what we can see. And I don't think you would go very far to find someone that wouldn't support understanding what's going on below ground. And Justine Karch and Nadir Urbajan are looking at aspects related to mycorrhizae and the impact on young seedling growth. And the theme number 4 is one that I mentioned about assessing community resiliency. And that I have very high expectations that is going to be a very important study from a socio-economic standpoint, because communities are really still facing this issue of how we're going to respond to dramatic change, particularly mountain pine beetle. And we visited Jasper and Jasper National Park yesterday, along with representatives from council and Hinton, and they are very concerned. And so this study is particularly important to them. So here we are. You know, how do we communicate our research, the research of the people that are doing the work, such as the guests that we have here today? Well, we have our FRI website, we have our annual research forum, which I'm sure many of you have already attended, but this is going to be the first one. And Allan, I'm glad you actually contacted Erica to get the ball rolling here. And I just came off a very frustrating experience of watching CNN, and they always talk breaking news. And so I thought, well, why don't we have breaking news workshops? And here we are. You know, Allan has and his research colleagues have found some very interesting results that really need to be communicated in a rapid fashion. So anyway, I think what we are going to do is to initiate these rapid breaking news workshops, and they'll be on a moment's notice. If you can make it, that's great. But we're not just going to have just sort of wimpy topics. These are going to be really serious topics that relate to mountain pine beetle management and control. So what I would like to do now is to turn the podium over to my dear colleague, Erica. and she will introduce our guest speakers. Do you have a presentation here?
I do.
I'm not
It's
sure.
on the desktop.
Oh, really? I'll let Fran do it. I'll just read it. Oh, and can I also remind people when you're moving around the room that the camera is actually set in place? You can go by it, but if you're just cautious not to move it, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
While we're just getting this up, I'll introduce myself, although I think everybody in the room knows who I am. My name is Samis. I'm the Director of Forest Health and Adaptation for the former SRD, the former ESRD, and now AAF, Alberta Agriculture and Forestry. I can't keep it straight either. I usually just refer to us as Alberta Forest Service, and who doesn't know that? All right, so welcome everybody. Thanks for taking time out of your busy schedules to come and see this. We do have some great stuff that I'm really looking forward to having Allan and Clive and Brad present to us. And so just to put this in context, I just wanted to put some slides up on the screen about where we have been with mountain pine beetle management in Alberta. I'm not going to go through the whole management life cycle. I think everybody has probably seen that multiple times. I know I didn't want to present it again, so I'm pleased to have something else to talk about, even though it is mountain pine beetle. What decisions have to be made, how we make the decisions, and the impacts of the decisions. So in mountain pine beetle management, we have a lot of decisions that we have to make. Some of them have a lot of information around them that we can, what we feel, make accurate and valid decisions. Some of them are a little bit more risk-based. And then we always have to take into consideration these decisions that we're making, what are the impacts of them. So the first set of slides that I'm going to show you are just some historical data. So we have always been asked, what have you been doing, over the past 10 years? Because really in 2006 is when we really kicked off the Mountain Pine Beetle Program. So aerial surveys, how we gather our information. So this is just a slide of the aerial surveys that we have conducted since 2006. These lines here, where it's cross-hatched, those are actually aerial photography sites. So those are aerial survey sites that were detected using photography, mostly in the north part of the province. So since 2006, that's how many aerial survey sites we have collected. The number of red trees detected during aerial surveys, again, since 2006. So over 8 million red trees detected, 8.5 million, 8.6 getting there. And again, here in 2010, 11, and 12, we used aerial photography. I'm going to trip on that. Aerial photography where we, in the northern part of the province, and that's how some of those were detected. So 8.5 million red trees. Ground survey sites, getting down on the ground and actually detecting the green trees. 182,000 and change ground survey sites. The 2016 is an estimated, you can see there it's cross-hatched, so that's what we're anticipating going to on the ground this year. Single tree control, so that's our level 1 falling and burning. We've controlled 1.5 million trees since 2006, and that again, 2016 is the estimated number of trees that we figure we will find on the ground this year. So the management decision that we have to make with this particular set of data is what aerial survey sites are we going to go down on the ground and actually ground survey and then control. So that's our beetle strategy, and that is what we call level 1. To make this decision, we have a decision support system that goes through a series of steps. I'm not sure if you can see that, but is the stand infested? Yes, no. No treatment, obviously. We have the province broken up into the leading edge, the active holding, and the inactive holding zone. How many red trees and what is our green to red? And then it spits it out into, are there 3 or more trees, are there 10 or more trees? And then it goes through a few other steps. So the number of potential green trees that we think we're going to find on the site, the SSI, and the connectivity. Past iterations of this decision support system actually had the R value in that first step. but because we didn't have a lot of data around R value, we weren't exactly sure how to use the R value or what it actually meant in Alberta, we decided to remove that, I think in about 2010 or so. I can't remember the exact year that we decided to change that up. We still use SSI and we still use connectivity. Impacts of those decisions can be fairly significant. This leads back into how effective are we making these decisions. So where we need to have information for us is how to make those decisions, and then also are the decisions that we're making the correct decisions. So that's directly how some of this work ties into those. This is a funding chart since 2006 of where we have spent the money that we have been allocated through provincial resources. These here make up 62% of our annual budget, and that is the direct survey and control of the site. So the impacts of making poor decisions is you're not using your money effectively and you're not having an impact on the population. So obviously any information that we can have to support those decisions increases our confidence in those decisions, and hopefully we can get the best outcome for our decisions. The Pine strategy. So the beetle strategy is our short-term strategy where you go actually manage the populations directly. But we have a longer-term strategy. So the Pine strategy, not level 1. That's Pine strategy is the harvesting of trees before they become infested. It is to reduce the susceptibility of the landscape over the long term. And so the decisions that have to be made there are what stands should be included in the Pine strategy to be considered in that landscape harvesting reduction program. So in 2007, an interpretive bulletin was written, and it outlined the steps on how to determine what stands on your harvesting land base would fall within the Pine strategy. Climate factor, Pine rating, which is the SSI, and then a compartment risk. And the compartment risk is really how close some of these stands are to active beetle populations. You can see rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3. Anything that was in the rank 1 and rank 2 stands was eligible for inclusion into the Healthy Pine strategy. So timber companies were able to rank the stands on their FMA, and based on what was determined for this, they could reduce those stands by up to 75% over 20 years. That allowed some of the companies actually to apply for an uplift in their annual allowable cut. In some cases, it was approved if it was justified. So you can see the impacts to not making the correct decisions or not making the best decisions here has impacts on industry's AAC and has impacts on the long-term sustainability of the forest. So we really want to make sure that we have this right. So actually just a month ago, the Forest Health group in Edmonton, with some new information coming out from Allan and his team, we were able to come up with a much better risk ranking system for the Pine strategy for any of the plans going forward. I'm going to go to that one first. You probably can't read this, but this number down here is 455. So that's $455.6 million that have been spent in the province on mountain pine beetle since 2004. So that is an enormous investment in a program. Impacts of making poor decisions on that are pretty severe. So since 2009, $262 million, but then since 2004, 464. So the question that we get all the time is, what are we getting for this money? What can you show for results on the program? And so that's again where Allan and his team have come in with one of those critical questions: how effective are we being? Are we making those right decisions? We have to justify this spending every year to Treasury Board. And quite frankly, it's been harder and harder to justify this kind of spending, because with the economy, there's a lot of draws on the provincial resources. We've been successful so far in maintaining a fairly significant funding level, so that's great. But we really, really needed to have something concrete that we could show, saying that we are making the right decisions and that the money is actually being used. So that's really why we're here today and why we initiated these projects under the Mountain Pine Beetle Ecology Program to have the best information we can to make these decisions. And through the Mountain Pine Beetle Ecology Program, I think we have made some great strides toward that, and it's going to be great that these three gentlemen here are going to be able to give us some information on that, and we have the opportunity to ask them questions firsthand. I've got three sorry.
Erica, when you say, I really appreciate those numbers, and they are quite significant. If we didn't spend that money, what is the cost to the province? There's probably soft costs, like we can't really define, but there has to be other costs that, you know, maybe to the forest industry, and maybe Murray Summers might be able to help out here, but when you're justifying those expenditures, you're justifying them against what it would cost the province if you didn't spend it. And granted, you would see an expansion of the Mountain Pine Beetle, but what does that mean to the province?
We get asked that exact same question as well, and we've had a lot of difficulty in being able to do that. In the realm of Mountain Pine Beetle, what we have done to try and answer some of those costs is, I will say, we have grown our beetle populations based on what would happen if we didn't control the trees, some spread modeling to see. I don't have a figure that I can give to you that we are saving this much money. Murray could probably speak a little bit, but in the central region, they do have some spread modeling and some efficacy work as well, that they've shown that the level 1 is going to significantly reduce the amount of pine stock that they potentially would lose from mountain pine beetle. But in terms of a provincial dollar that we have saved or that we will not lose values because of that, we don't have those kinds of answers. We have some numbers, but we can talk about generalities sometimes, but yeah, we don't have a hard number that we have put out there. Once you put a number out, it tends to stay in the realm. So we've been, I guess, cautious about stating those, but what we have talked about a lot are the values that the forest provides. So it's not just, it's not just for the timber industry. There's a bunch of, economic other values for communities, environmental values, habitat values for wildlife. So it all wraps up in mountain pine beetle. So the only number we would be able to get would be a timber valuation number, because you can't put a value on caribou habitat, or you can't put a value on watershed health, or you can't put a number on fire risk, or you can't put numbers on all the things that mountain pine beetle could potentially impact.
Does Treasury Board recognize that?
Yes, I would say. I would say that they've had to recognize that, because we've never provided them a hard number, but we've been able to show that there would be impacts to other values, because we've always been provided funding to continue the program. So I do believe that they do see that it's more than just on one level.
It's very helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, so I have the pleasure of introducing the three gentlemen sitting at the table here. Dr. Allan Carrol is a professor of insect ecology and director of Forest Science Program in the Department of Forest and Conservation Sciences of the Faculty of Forestry at the University of British Columbia. Allan's current research interests center on the impacts of climate change on the dynamics of eruptive forest insect populations. The main focus of his research during the past 15 years has been on the population dynamics, impacts, and management of the mountain pine beetle. Allan received his PhD from the University of Brunswick. For those of you who have been with the Mountain Pine Beetle Program or involved in the Mountain Pine Beetle Program, Allan has actually been working with us pretty much since the start. I think the first presentation Allan ever gave in Alberta was in about 1999, I think, at at HTC. So we're definitely.
10.
I was 8. So we're lucky that Allan has been able to continue contributing to the program in the way that he has. That's great. Dr. Brad Seeley received his PhD in terrestrial ecology from the Department of Biology at Boston University in 1996. Following that, he worked as a postdoctoral fellow at the University of British Columbia, developing the forecast model with Dr. Hamish Kimmins. He is presently working as a research associate in the Department of Forest Resources Management at UBC, where he has been involved in research to develop and test forest ecosystem management models at multiple spatial scales. He is particularly interested in exploring the potential impacts of climate change and natural disturbance agents on forest growth and development. So welcome, Brad, and we're glad to have you here. The last gentleman I'll introduce is Dr. Clive Welham. He is a research associate at the University of British Columbia and adjunct professor at Nanjing University, China, and is also a consulting entrepreneur. Clive has specialties in forestry and ecosystem ecology that include the development and application of forest ecosystem models, analysis of silvicultural systems for multi-objective forest management, criteria and indicators in matters pertaining to climate impacts on forest growth and development, and restoration analysis. Clive has a master's degree from the University of Manitoba and a PhD from Simon Fraser University. So again, welcome. We're glad you can participate in this with us today. So after that, I think we'll just call up Allan, and Allan will take the reins from here and guide us through the rest of the day. Thanks.
Thanks, Erica. Good morning, everybody. I pretty much know all of you. And if I don't, I hope to meet you before the day is done. As Erica said, I've been sort of involved in mountain pine beetle related issues for quite some time, longer than I care to think at some point. What I'm going to go through today, some of which you would have seen before, and apparently in May in Grand Prairie, I was wearing the very same shirt, according to Keith. So I like continuity, right? So the message should be clear, right? The same guy, same shirt.
Just older.
Just older, yeah. Exactly. So more seriously though, the real impetus to come up here and make this presentation now is that this project that we've been running for the past several years is now coming to a close in December. And we have some fantastic results. I'm very excited about how this whole project has unfolded. But at this point, we want to be sure that we're hitting all the marks, and that we want to be sure that we haven't missed things, or that there's nuances that you might want to point out that we should consider. So the idea behind this presentation, or the whole day's presentations, is to receive as much feedback from you as you can give us in terms of how we've gone and where we might continue to go, and indeed what future steps we might want to pursue if we have that opportunity moving down the road. So I'm very much hoping that this will be a presentation that involves lots of feedback, lots of discussion, and what I've tried to do is schedule, as I'll show you when I give you the layout of the day, schedule lots of time for discussion and some really valuable backing and forthing over the issues. Okay. Before I go, though, any further, I want to acknowledge what has been a fantastic level of support from everybody involved. FRI right at the top, because this is a difficult question that we endeavored to answer, and not one that everyone is either willing or able to get into. So we were afforded this opportunity. I was lucky enough to be surrounded by people that are a lot smarter than I am, so we can put a group together to get at some of these things. So FRI is to be commended for the support there. This project is relying on data, lots and lots and lots of data from lots and lots of very different sources. So Alberta Agriculture and Forestry was first and foremost amongst these providers of data, but also from the point of view of VRI data, we had licensees very generously provide that to us as well. And of course too, that this is a project that is going along hand in hand with other work that's ongoing, and so I'm heavily involved in the TreeNet project that's based here at U of A. And so much of what you'll see actually has relevance to both TreeNet, and actually is the recipient of information that is being generated by TreeNet. So the whole thing has got integration as we move forward. In terms of the status of the mountain pine beetle, most of you have seen this sort of stuff before. In fact, this was part of a risk assessment update produced by Vince Nealis and Barry Cook in 2014. But there's a few points to be made from this one. The first is that the spread of the beetle into these novel habitats is exceeding expectations. We now have populations established in virtually all forest types, all pine, all over the place. We're now starting to see it spread into areas that we were, up until now, a little surprised not to see it in. So Jasper and from there outwards towards Hinton. Ultimately, we have this conclusion that we just can't seem to escape, and that is eastern pines remain at risk of mountain pine beetle. So with that in mind, there has been bags and bags of work, as Erica has described to you, in terms of dealing with the mountain pine beetle. The strategy, right from the get-go, was slow the spread. This was decided upon as the focus of mountain pine beetle management, slowing the spread eastward. The tactics employed have been single tree treatments, which are called level 1, clear-cut harvesting level 2, and I apologize for any mixing of terminology here, but we just call it the healthy pine strategy a level 3, just because it's easier for us working with it to understand it. So if that conflicts with Erica's mention of level 1, well, I apologize. Hopefully you'll parse that out. Oh, okay, all right. All right, so that's how the tactics break down, and in terms of direct control, which is the questions that we've been addressing, single tree treatments and clear-cut harvesting, level 1 and level 2, are what you'll see from us moving forward. So the cost to date, of course, Erica showed you that nearly $500 million, which is not a small amount of money. The research questions that we endeavored to deal with are, first of all, whether or not the effects, the efforts to date have actually manifested in any influence in terms of the spread of the beetle into these novel forests that mountain pine beetle ostensibly has not been in before. And would alternative approaches to the management of mountain pine beetle prove to be more or less effective? Are there different ways of doing these sorts of things? The approach and the data that we've used are as follows. The approach really is all about integrating and synthesizing this massive amount of data that has been collected through the process on mountain pine beetle status and management across the province. That data has come to us from, as I told you, Alberta Agriculture and Forestry, and it comes along the lines of ground surveys, level 1 control, the R-value surveys, and the aerial surveys. And then beyond that, of course, licensees have provided us with VRI data, and along with that VRI data, their statistics on level 2 control, their clear-cut harvesting efforts. So these data sets are very diverse, they're exceedingly valuable, but they've proved a massive challenge, as you might guess, simply because we have issues around consistency, we have scale differences and so on and so forth. So it's been a big challenge to sort of put these together and answer some questions. The area that we've been working in effectively has been constrained by the available VRI data. So these represent the FMAs that did provide us VRI data, and so that is where we have provided most of our, well, entirely all of our modeling efforts have been ongoing here. And that encompasses a good chunk of north central Alberta and a good chunk of where the mountain pine beetle has been to date. As Keith mentioned to you, we began this in a couple of phases. The first phase began with attempting to use the R-value data to develop some means of producing a predictive model. We also got into actually asking questions about whether or not the level 1 treatments, the single treatments, were effective in reducing mountain pine beetle attack intensities. And then we used phase 1 to initiate the development of what is called MPBSpread, which is a model that actually can spread the mountain pine beetle across the landscape. That evolved into phase 2, which allowed us then to begin focusing on MPBSpread, applying it across landscapes, validating against other outbreaks, in this case in British Columbia, and then actually evaluating alternative ways of looking at mountain pine beetle control. And so this is the way we've approached it, and we are here now, and this is why we're here today, so we can talk to you about the whole outcome of this. So the overview of what I'm hoping to accomplish today is going to be begin with sort of components of those two phases as I've described them. So we're going to talk about the predictive R model, the mountain pine beetle productivity model. Brad will outline the analyses and the construction of that model, and then pass it back to me, in which case I hope to discuss its relevance and the ways in which we see it being integrated into the ongoing efforts at management currently ongoing in Alberta, and then hopefully have a big discussion around it. That should take us to coffee, and we'll have a break then, and we'll reconvene after coffee, and then we'll move on to the second phase, which is the evaluation of the level 1 efficacy. And once again, that will be outlined by Brad, which will bring us up to a point where we can culminate with a discussion of its relevance to ongoing efforts at management before we break for lunch. Then after lunch, we'll move to MPBSpread, and Clive will get up and will walk us through the MPBSpread model, and once again culminate with a discussion of its relevance, and hopefully a broader discussion in terms of where we're going from here. And then, depending upon whether or not we're all cross-eyed and had enough, whether or not there's sufficient oxygen in the room, we can get into this issue of next steps, because we have done a lot with these data, and we've produced an infrastructure which I'm really excited about. I think has a lot of potential value moving forward to actually address bigger questions, broader questions, longer time spans, broader spatial scales, for example. And so it would be interesting for us to get to some point where we can discuss where we might want to choose to go from here before we actually wrap things up for the day. So that's where I'm going to leave it and hand things off to Brad, who's going to then get us into the mode of R values for the remainder of the morning, at least until coffee break. Thanks. See if we can get out of here.
Okay, firstly I wanted to again thank all of you for coming. It's quite gratifying for us to have people who are interested in what we've been doing for the last 3 years, so I appreciate that, thank you. So as Allan said, I'll be talking a bit about the R model work that I've done. This work was done mostly at the start of the project, as I said. So I'll talk to you a bit about what is an R value. I know most of you are aware of this, but just in case there's a few stragglers out there that haven't had that yet. We'll talk a bit about some of the key stand characteristics and site features and climate factors that are influencing R values. And then we'll talk a bit about the model that we developed. Can we predict R values over space and time? And then again, get back to some of the management implications. Okay, so just what is an R value? So an R value is really a measure of beetle productivity, right? So it's specifically looking at the ratio of offspring, live offspring, to the females that attack the tree, right? So we sum this up. The R value is calculated by summing the, you go in and you do these surveys in May and June using these techniques here, and then you can calculate the number of live individuals as a ratio of the entrance holes, and you sum that across all the trees that are sampled within the site. Because if you just looked at individual trees, there's a lot of zero values, so you sum it across all of them in the site, and then we can come up with an R value that gives an idea of how well that population is doing in that particular site. Okay, so what are the key factors that are controlling these R values and how well the beetles are doing? Okay, so again, we drew on the survey data that was provided by the AAF group, and again, I wanted to acknowledge how much work and effort they put into that, and when we got these data sets, they were really in good shape, and it really made our lives easier to work with these. Okay, so we had survey data spanning from 2007 to 2015. We also had data from some of when they go out and do the surveys, they collect information about DBH and the number of infested trees and some other factors. But then we also can get information when we cross-reference these points with the inventory data. We can get information about age, percent pine, the SSI value, and some other things. Okay, so we're looking at quite a lot of factors here. We're also looking at site features, so what's the elevation of the site, the latitude and the aspect. We recognize that these can all be important for the beetle productivity. And the last thing is, one thing that we've is become clear is that this annual variation in climate is very important for R. You get some very cold winters where there's a lot of beetle mortality. In fact, that's what's inhibited the beetle from getting over the mountains in the first place for a long time, until climate change started happening and became more mild winters more frequently. And so what we started to look at, we wanted to look at a lot of these different climate data that were out there, and looked at several different climate stations and different summaries of climate data to try to determine which were the most important. Okay, so this just gives you an idea of where the R survey sites are throughout the province. So these data only show up until 2013, but there's 2 more years I just didn't plot on this map. The R survey data, so when we have a year that's associated, it's the year of the beetle attack, and then the offspring emerge in the following year. So you'll see that most of what's happening is up in the northern part there, right? So most of our data come from this northern region, so we're really kind of focused on this area. Okay, so what are the key sources of variation in our data? Okay, so what I've done is just put a graph here. Just if we take all the raw data and just plot R value against DBH, and you see that there's a lot of variability out there. Okay, so you don't get any strong relationships right away, and we know that it should be related to DBH because it's a direct measure of habitat and food source, the phloem is going to be related to the DBH. But what we see is that there's a lot of variability out there, and so some of that's due to annual climate variation. Some of it's due to site factors, and there's also some variation that's due to just beetle population dynamics that are variable from one site to the other from year to year. And so we end up with quite a lot of variability. So what we try to do is try to work through some of that variability, and I'll take you through that. Okay, so one of the first things we looked at was just what's the effect of the amount of beetles attacking a particular site. And so we try to get at that by looking at the number of infested trees within a particular survey site. Okay, and so what we did is we grouped them into tree count classes. So on the x-axis here, you've got the number of infested trees grouped into classes here. And then we've got the mean R value on this site. So what we noticed early on is when you have, and it's not surprising if you know about the beetle biology, is that when you have relatively few beetles attacking a site, they're less successful in that site. They really need that mass attack and the synchronized attack to be successful. And then at the other end of the range here, if you have a lot of beetles attacking a particular site, you can have some negative impacts just through competition from those beetles against each other, and the habitat quality might be declining and so on. So one of the things we decided to do then to try to reduce some of the variability here was to, when we're looking at some of the other factors, we eliminated sites that had fewer than 3 trees being attacked on that site, because these ones are going to have relatively low R values just for that reason. So again, if there's any questions at any point in this, feel free to interrupt me, and I'll direct it to Allan. Okay, so having looked at a lot of these different stand characteristics and doing some statistical analyses, we came up with, it's really DBH is the main driving factor here, so it's not a big surprise. And one of the things we were able to do though is when you start binning the data, so what we did is we bin these data into DBH classes, and then we can calculate a mean and a standard error around each of those DBH classes, and then we can run a regression through that, and we see that there's clearly a relationship with R and diameter class size, and this is one of the main driving factors here. So one of the things, there were some larger trees and but if we didn't have enough of the plots that actually had those trees in them, we excluded it from the analysis. So you had to have at least 4 plots in one of these classes to be included in this. Okay, so this kind of shows that there is a fairly significant relationship there between diameter and R value. Okay, we looked at a lot of different other stand characteristics, one of which was this stand susceptibility index that was developed by Shore and Safraniuk, but it was developed for BC conditions. Okay, and so what you see here is this is the SSI classes. I didn't put the standard errors on here, but there was less of a relationship between mean R value and STAN susceptibility index, which is not entirely surprising. But and most of this positive relationship here is related to the diameter aspect of the SSI term. So we looked at a lot of other STAN characteristics, height and the others, and really it was DBH was the main one that was, you derive something useful with respect to a model. Interestingly, when we look at DBH, the effect of DBH and how it relates to R is moderated by climate. So what I've plotted here, instead of the mean R value, what you've seen before, this is probability of having an R value equal to 0. And what I've got here is the DBH classes in 5 centimeter classes, and then you've got the standard errors around the means there. And so what I did is I separated out the years, so we had 7 or 8 different years of data, separated out them into what I called cold years and mild years. So the cold years where we had a minimum winter temperature lower than negative 35 degrees Celsius, and the mild years were greater than that. So you can see quite a different pattern emerges in those cold versus the mild years. In the in the mild years, the beetles do relatively well in smaller trees. But in the cold years, there's a very high probability of mortality in those smaller trees. So obviously the tree size is having an impact on that beetle survival, so it's just providing better insulation really to those against the cold conditions. Okay, so we also looked at site characteristics and their relationships to R. And so what I've got here is the elevation class, and then again the mean R value. And so if you look at the trend here, what I wanted to draw your attention to first is just when you get to about 1,000 meters elevation and you start to go up in elevation, R goes down fairly dramatically here. Right? There's also some interesting things going on down at the lower elevations here, and I was a bit surprised to see these results. And so we kind of thought, well, maybe it's just due to the fact that most of those lower elevation sites are higher latitude. And there are other people where we talked that there could be some cold air drainage sites going on and so on. So we've looked a little bit at that, and one of the things you see is when you plot latitude versus elevation, there's clearly a relationship there. As you go further south, it tends to get higher elevation in our particular study area here. So I think most of this is what's going on here is that these tend to be higher latitude sites. So I did look at different measures of latitude. We looked at effective latitude to see its relationship to R value, which is it's a common one used in ecology, just changing your latitude with an effective elevation. But even it's still more focused on latitude, and it didn't have a very strong relationship with R. So what I decided to do then was to try to come up with a different way of combining the effect of elevation and latitude on the R value. Okay, so we just use this kind of standard temperature effects of elevation and latitude to do this calculation. So we know that when you go up in elevation, there's a temperature lapse rate, it gets colder. And typically it's about 1 degrees Celsius, you go colder for every 100 meters you go in elevation. And we also there's one that if we go up in latitude, for every degree in latitude you go up, it gets a bit colder as well. So if we did that calculation, then we can group those R values into what I call this location temperature effect, or LTE. And if you group these into classes again and you compare that to the mean R value, you can then see kind of a threshold that it develops here. Okay, and then so you can fit that using a logistic regression equation. So that was one factor that we then built into the R model, is we can take that combination of elevation and latitude and then use it to help predict what the impact is going to be for the R value. Okay, so the last thing we looked at was just the climate impact on the R values. So we had data from a number of climate stations that were in there, and we used daily data. And actually, it's kind of difficult to find stations that have continuous daily data over a long period of time. And so we had to drop out a lot of stations that didn't have those data. One thing I just wanted to mention here, there's quite a lot of work that's been done at looking at beetle biology and its relationship to temperature, and I note the work done by Renier and Benson in 2007. They had a very specific, detailed model looking at the physiology of the beetle and how it develops over time. So we didn't really want to repeat any of that work. What we wanted to do is see if we could come up with any statistical relationships between some of these climate summaries and R values. Okay, so we looked at a lot of different relationships. The other thing we recognize is that there's a lot of studies that have been done and that show, starting back from the 1940s, that there's a threshold around minus 37 degrees Celsius where you really start to see increases in winter mortality. Right? So when we did all of these different detailed analyses with precipitation, a whole bunch of different factors that we know to be relevant for beetles and their biology, the one that really came out with the strongest relationship was the minimum winter temperature. And it didn't seem to matter how many cold days you had, it was just that minimum temperature that you had. And so when we plot the minimum winter temperature against the R value, you can see there's even a reasonably good linear relationship here. So this is that 2007 beetle year with the 2008. There was a very cold snap in that, and there was a lot of beetle mortality, and that was documented. But we also recognize that it's probably more of a threshold effect there. So it's not going to carry on more linearly here. It's more of a threshold. So we built in this again a logistic regression fit there, and so we have this as one of the features of the R model. Okay, so then what we did is we took all the different variables that we found to be potential for developing the overall R model and put it into a multiple linear regression. And I won't spend too much time on that, but the most important term was the annual minimum temperature, followed by DBH, then tree count, and then the location temperature effect. And if we model the R value and we compare it to the measured R value, and these are binned into the 2 centimeter DBH classes, you can see that the model does a pretty good job of predicting that R value. And in fact, we've already done some work with the AAF people, and they've utilized this model already to do some predictions, I believe, for the 2016 year. So the R model then can be used to predict R values over space and time. Now, one of the issues is that we don't always have DBH in our inventory data, but we did some analyses with the inventory data that we had, and we figured you can predict DBH pretty well from just using top height and stand age. It's pretty good relationships with DBH, and we actually ran it with that predicted DBH, and you have good outcomes with that. And then the minimum winter temperature, obviously, if you're trying to predict ahead of time, you won't have those data, but you can use different, you can draw from a distribution, you can use normals and or projected patterns of climate just to see what those impacts might be. And this is an important one here, because one of the things we notice is in the milder winters, the beetle are more successful at higher elevations, and the converse is true in the colder winters. Okay, so the last thing I'll mention here is that, so we took all of this information that we built in this R model, and we built it into the spread model that Clive will be talking about a little bit later. Okay, so now at this point, I think I'll turn it over to Allan to talk about some of the management implications.
Okay.
Let's go on to the next slide.
Any questions of Brad to this point with regards to the R model itself?
Yes.
Just a question that you modeled the relationship between just DBH and your R values, and you had lots of variability, and then the next slide was a DBH bin into diameter size classes, and then
Yes.
it's a real straight line. I just didn't understand how it went from so much variability to
Yeah,
a
so
really nice looking relationship with just grouping them categorically.
Yeah, I think one of the things that, here's the slide you're talking about here, right? So the first one I showed was just if you lump it all in there, right? So one of the things that's in here is there's a lot of sites that have fewer than 3 trees. The tree count is quite low, and so those ones have the R values are going to be artificially kind of low because of just the beetle populations weren't there to get it going. And so when we cull out a lot of those ones, that reduces a lot of these zero values that are in here. And then you'll see that you get this. But there's still a lot of variation in here, right? You can see the variability around the points there. But the binning just helps you kind of get an idea of how it's changing, the slope of that line and just how it looks in terms of the DBH classes. Yeah.
On the slide just before this one, how is the tree count class derived?
The tree count class is when we go into the survey plots and we look to see how many trees in that plot are actually have been attacked by the beetle and how many were actually measured. And so it's that's how the tree count class is derived.
So was it taken from the R value survey or taken from the aerial red tree survey?
It's from the R value surveys, right? So when we go in there, it'll tell you how many trees were in that survey site.
Because on that survey, there's we did do an estimate of the number of attacked trees in the site, but as far as doing the actual R values, if we're choosing to do a number of trees, like we might only do 10 trees in the site, but in reality there could be 50 trees there.
I think we chose from the data not the number of trees measured, but in the column that indicated the number of trees that were associated with the infestation as estimated in the survey.
Oh, okay, from red tree
Yeah.
survey, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah.
Because I know it varied from year to year. I mean, in 06 you guys were measuring everything, right?
Right.
And
And now we kind of do a maximum of 10,
Yeah.
even though there could be 20 there.
Right.
Exactly.
Brad, did any of your data extend into the hybridization zone?
Yes, and we did look at, I didn't mention that, but we did look at hybridization as a factor, but as it turned out, I mean, it didn't come up significant, partly because it was only like 10% or something, like the highest range of it, and so there wasn't enough. And then the data about the hybridization rate were derived from kind of estimates and so on, so it was difficult to do too much, but that's something that we're interested in looking at.
It's a point I'll bring up here
Yeah.
momentarily. Yeah, we have a question on the.
Yeah, and just a quick note, the questions are audible, but a little bit low on the live stream, so if you could, if it's possible
okay,
to
repeat the
summarize
question?
and repeat,
Okay.
that'd be very
Yeah.
helpful. There was also a bit of a back and forth in the live stream chat, on whether or not the SSI factor examined included climate.
It did, it had that location factor in it, yeah.
It's a rough estimate of the influence of climate, but only insofar as it acknowledges that some areas are more likely to have mountain pine beetle than others. It really isn't a direct measure of climate at all.
The
Yes.
minus 37-degree threshold, is there a amount of time that you have to have that temperature for, or you just need to hit that temperature?
Do you wanna,
Well, I mean, clearly the role of cold in mountain pine beetle mortality is very complex. I mean, Kathy can tell you, she's been studying it for quite some time. Wake up, Kathy. Yeah.
Quite some time, I have to look up for that one.
Fruitfully for quite some time. So if you wanted to go to individual trees or go to individual foam sandwiches or whatever you want to do in the lab, you'll find that it is a very complicated question. But when you begin scaling it up over a larger landscape like what we've done here, what we've done is search for that one sort of cue that we can pull that is meaningful at the landscape scale. So minus 37 seems to work insofar as it tells us that there is, and as Brad showed with that nice sigmoid curve, there is some sort of threshold where below it something happens and above it something happens. And so that's where we were able to parse the data and include that there. Hopefully when some of these newer relationships between cold and survival begin emerging, then we'll be able to incorporate them with more precision into this model.
unfortunately, there's fewer and fewer years that are getting those low temperatures now, so the number of data years are less.
Brad, it just looks like, or it doesn't look like you have quite as much replication on this slide. Like, I don't know if it's just with just the number of replications.
So these represent individual years that that's why there's less there, right? Because it's there's only like 8 years that were in the total period there, and so each year has a temperature associated with it. And so we just grouped all the data together with the years.
Okay, so what I want to do is, because I don't want to eat too far into coffee, I think it's important that we're caffeinated for the next few steps. So what I'll do is live stream.
Mark.
Barry Cook has a comment. Brad mentioned threshold effects. It's worth noting not just the nonlinear responses of R to the size of the attack cluster, the temperature, or the elevation, but the sharp nonlinearity. As nonlinear as the response curves are, they are not sharply nonlinear enough and lead to an underestimate of both explosiveness and vulnerability to collapse. This was his comment. There's no question.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's a very good comment, and perhaps it's best illustrated with what we're seeing in Jasper and Hidden at present, because those were areas that up until now we were surprised by in that we hadn't seen much mountain pine beetle activity in those areas, say south of Highway 16. We just didn't see much, and we couldn't understand why. A lot of us speculated that it could be perhaps that there was just a climate effect that really wasn't allowing the beetle to establish. But now we're seeing lots of it, and the point that Barry makes there is that we haven't had a massive change, but it might be just sufficient for there to be an explosive change in the dynamics of the beetle, sufficiently to allow them to establish and suddenly take off where they hadn't been before. It may not be captured as succinctly in the R model, but I think we're okay in terms of being able to at least derive landscape level metrics of where we expect there to be good and poor productivity for mountain pine beetle. But Barry's point we can't overstate Barry's point insofar as the explosive nature and the threshold nature of mountain pine beetle in general, simply because it can occur so quickly and spread so rapidly simply because of the threshold nature of population dynamics. He'll probably have a comment to follow.
Yeah.
There'll be some delay, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to come over here and you can do the?
Sure. Yeah.
Can I ask another question?
Eddie?
So you looked at a whole bunch of stand characteristics, is that right? Not just
Yeah.
pH, but you didn't find
Just-
much of a relationship.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we looked at. I mean, there's not as many things that you'd like to have available, right? So we had a lot of it. We had to try to derive from the inventory data, recognizing that inventory data isn't always as accurate as you'd like it to be. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. But
But
that was.
the variable selection phase was a lot of exploration.
Yes. Yeah. We explored a lot of different things, and really the only one that had any significance was the DBH.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Ben, just a question to you. Are you able to see Brad where he's standing?
No, we've just been looking at the presentations.
Okay, I'm just wondering would it be helpful if there's that kind of dialogue between Allan and Brad going on, that Brad can move in a bit more?
Let's not worry about that right now.
Okay.
The camera is looking right around here, so if you want to
Okay.
both be in the shot, then that's
Okay.
Yeah, no.
All right. So what I wanted to do is very briefly indicate to you guys where we think that this information is capable of plugging into the ongoing way of business, the business as usual sort of approach to mountain pine beetle management. And I built this cycle ahead of the meeting in Grand Prairie back in May. And effectively, I just wanted to show that the approach to mountain pine beetle management employed by Alberta Agriculture and Forestry is really a do, learn, adapt loop that sort of fits within an annual cycle. And I want to acknowledge right off the top that this is a fairly sort of strict approach, simply because anyone doing mountain pine beetle management is constrained by seasonality. So ultimately, decision making happens in the winter. That's not really something that can be changed, and we acknowledge that right off the top. But when we look at this and we think about what we've got from the point of view of just estimating mountain pine beetle productivity over the landscapes, we can say immediately that, well, there's a way in which we might be able to complement what's going on in the DSS itself. So where you guys had R in that DSS and removed it simply because of some fuzz around its interpretability, we can actually perhaps return it there, because now you can begin looking at R and estimating where productivity might be high and low, and then begin setting your priorities around management decision making from that point. We also think that perhaps if money needs to be saved, and it often does, then perhaps there's an opportunity to scale back on the R-value surveys themselves. I say that though very, very carefully, because in actual fact my preference would be a redirect, at least to some degree, because as Keith asked, did we consider the degree to which introgression or hybridization from lodgepole through to jackpine might be influencing the relationship? And unfortunately, even though we had a massive area surveyed for R values, that really didn't, it was confined largely to the west and didn't include a massive degree of introgression from lodgepole to jack. Only about 20% of the variation, and so we found it really not important in the model at all. So ultimately, if R-value surveys are ongoing, we'd love to see some of these things measured further east, perhaps out towards jackpine, so we can actually get a solid handle as to whether or not this hybridization is playing a role in the relationships. We also think it's going to be pretty useful in terms of prioritizing things like bait deployment and directing aerial surveys. If you know where to expect a lot of a mountain pine beetle, then ideally this is the sort of thing that will help you perhaps decide the areas where you should be looking closely, and maybe letting you also know where there are areas that don't quite need the same level of scrutiny. And then, of course, finally, the healthy pine strategy, or whatever strategy it's going to be called, level 3 in our crazy terminology, is already being informed by the application of R in terms of directing harvesting activities towards areas most likely to produce lots of beetles. So that's my vision of things, and it was based upon this that I was hoping to sort of move to a point of discussion. So although we've gone to about 20 past 10, perhaps I can suggest that since we've had some good discussion up until now, that we grab a coffee, we get caffeinated, and that discussion continue, and then Keith, 15 minutes or so, we can get back into our next segment. If anybody really wants to ask direct questions, you can grab us even during coffee, and if there's anything that's really sort of rolls from that, we can come back and sort of discuss it in camera so the live stream people can catch up with it. You good? Okay. Thanks for your attention.
Sorry. Like, Andrea, Forest Health Officer, and I'm glad you guys
Problem is it can only do half an hour at a time.
Right, and then you have to recharge it, right?
No, it shuts off on, it's a DSLR, it can only do half an hour of video. Where are you sitting? You're not sitting right beside it by any chance?
No, I'm sitting over there in the corner.
Okay, alright.
Why do you need to reset it, or what do you need to do?
Yeah, you basically have to press record twice in every half an hour.
Okay.
But that's kind of disruptive. They're present. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. I can adjust the video if I plug the video into the other port, or I can adjust the audio if I plug the audio into the other port.
Would you try going in and seeing if it was just that was turned off? Because I had to go in and
Ben, were there any last minute questions that came through that didn't get asked?
No, there was just a discussion.
Okay.
Was there any sort of conversation, question, discussion that arose while you're having your coffee that we might want to share with the live stream people? Any sort of overarching question that you're sitting down with and your brains are digesting along with your caffeine? All right, so next up, we're going to move to the second component of the work that we began in phase 1, which was to assess whether or not the level 1 direct control treatments, so the single tree treatments, were having any influence on the subsequent attack intensity by the beetle over the landscape. This is a fairly complicated presentation, largely because of the need to manipulate data in a very complex way. But Brad, I think, has got a great way of showing this. So follow along, and if you have any questions as we're going, raise your hand, and Brad can sort of back up and reiterate or rephrase anything you might find confusing. So, Brad?
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, so the work that I'm going to show here was there was a lot of time that went into this and a lot of group effort and kind of back and forth. What's the best way to do that? And so I am just kind of going to go through some of the more general aspects of it, but I do want to point out that if any people have more detailed questions about anything after, I'm happy to talk to you separately, because I could spend an hour talking about this stuff, and obviously we don't have that much time. Okay, so the outline here is we'll talk just a little bit about the data that went in to drive this analysis, these complex spatial data sets that were a lot of the investment that Erica talked about at the beginning. So we've tried to capitalize on these data, and it's as ecologists, it's great when we see these long-term data sets, and it's something that you don't get access to many times, and so it's a real pleasure to be able to work with these kinds of data sets, and they're very important to see trends and how they develop over time. Okay, so I'll talk just briefly about the level 1 treatments. We've already had a bit of an introduction to that, but just to kind of remind you. Then I'll tell you a little bit about the neighborhood analysis method that we utilize to do this analysis. And then we'll talk a bit about some of the results and discussion again after that. Okay, so the aerial survey data, again, were taken from 2006 to 2015, and so you can kind of see some of the points there. And again, we didn't really deal with this population down here. We're kind of dealing with this whole area here in our analysis. Okay, but you can see it covers a fairly large area here. Okay, so the one other thing I'll point out just at the beginning is that these areas that are surveyed, it's not always the same areas that are surveyed year to year. So that was one of the complications that we had. Is we'd say, oh, why isn't the beetle here this year when it was here last year? And like, oh, they just didn't survey that area again. It wasn't like miraculous, it just left. So that was one of the things we had to deal with. Okay, so these data show the locations and the number of dead trees, and then some of them, they also had the indication of the areas that were treated and how many trees were cut and destroyed in those treatments. As Erica mentioned before, there's a lot of potential sites where they could do the treatments, and they had a system to prioritize where they went out and did those treatments, and they used this leading edge approach. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to try to use this method to assess how effective these treatments were at reducing the spread. Okay, so it's a complex question, but an important one. Okay, so the level 1 treatments again, so the aerial surveys would identify patches or small patches of red trees, and then if they determined that these were areas that they wanted to explore further, they would send in ground crews to go in, and then so they would use the red trees as a point of reference, and then they would do these concentric circles around those trees within a 50-meter radius, looking for green attack trees. And if they find the green attack trees, then they expand that radius again around those, and they look for more green attack trees until they don't find any more, and then they remove those ones, and then on to the next site. Okay, so as I mentioned, they prioritize where they're going to do these treatments based on that decision support system that they had. According to the management zones, and then when they treat the trees, then they'll go in and cut trees down and destroy them on the site to basically destroy that beetle brood that's there so it can't disperse and attack additional trees. And so again, to point out, most of these treatments are done between October and March, and some of these areas are difficult to access, and so the costs will depend on, you know, where you're trying to get to. Okay, so we spent a lot of time thinking about how to deal with these data sets and, you know, looking at year to year, and I think this diagram is a way to kind of summarize the approach that we've taken. So if you just focus kind of on the top to begin with, what we really wanted to do is we wanted to come up with a way where we could identify what we called a parent infestation polygon. And then we wanted to look around that polygon. So if you look here, you had these 3 trees that were attacked in this year T, or sorry, 4 trees. And then we could have some sort of buffer around those, and we call that your infestation polygon. And we say, well, the beetles are going to likely spread somewhere, some distance around that polygon, and we don't really know for sure how far we should look yet, but kind of we know that they should be dispersing somewhere around that. And we'll call that area the zone of influence. Okay, so then if you look at the next year, these trees that were green attack in this year are now the red attack trees, and you can see where the next beetles have gone, right? So they're somewhere out in this zone. They might even be back in the area where they were before. Okay, so then we can start to see what the intensity of attack is around that initial parent polygon. So I'm going to use these terms again and again. So they'll have the parent polygon, and then this, what we call the zone of influence around that polygon. So this was a case where it's just untreated. So imagine a separate case here where you have an area where you did decide to do treatment. So these red trees here might have been the trees that you saw from your survey, and you go in there and you start to do your circles around these trees, and you identify some trees that were green attack and you remove them. And so that's what this green X represents here. But let's just say you missed a couple of trees when you were looking for those green attack trees. And so these 2 trees that were missed will then be red for the next year. Plus there's some that spread out from those and are in this area here. So what we're really trying to do is we're trying to separate all of these things that are happening on this landscape, and we group them into parent polygons that were treated and those that were untreated. And so we're trying to look at the difference of attack intensity out here in the treated polygons compared to the untreated polygons. Okay, so this is just kind of the concept of how we've tried to do this. So I'll come back to this a bit later. Okay, so now I'm just going to talk a little bit about how we went about identifying that zone of influence, how big it should be, how we actually identified these parent polygons at the start, and then the method that we used to come up with the efficacy of the treatments. Okay. So one of the things we decided, well, I'll just go to the next slide here. Okay, so we wanted to be able to identify what's happening around these parent polygon infestations. And we recognize when you start looking, this is just the 2011 survey data points, just to kind of show you the amount of points that are there. We recognized early on that if we start to look in this area where there's such a high density of points in there, that it's very difficult to tell what's happening in the surrounding area, and because we don't know if those beetles came from that polygon or if they came from some other one nearby. And so what we decided to do was we wanted to try to focus on what we called frontline areas where we have relatively isolated populations where we can get a handle on where those offspring probably came from most likely. Right, so then we can link it back to a parent source so we can really be more certain about if there was a treatment effect. And so what we did then was we overlaid a raster of 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer cells over this area, and then we, through a lot of back and forth, we determined that if a cell had fewer than 100 points in it, then that was acceptable for our thresholds. And if it had more than 100 points in it, then it would be removed. And so what we, oops, the delay here. Okay, so what we did then is we created these masks where we masked out points that had these higher densities so that we could identify points that were in these more isolated areas. And so you can see here there's some treatment points. It's difficult to see, but there's a lot of them mixed in there, and there's some of the areas that were masked out as being too high density to really determine if there was a treatment effect or not. Okay, and the other criteria we had is it had to be, because we were looking at 1 year to the next, we had to only have years where it had been surveyed both years, so that area had to have been surveyed both years. And then we also wanted to exclude areas where maybe the reason why there wasn't a lot of attack in that one in the next year is because there just wasn't enough pine. So we excluded areas that had less than 20% pine from the analysis as well. So then by doing those exclusions, we were able to come up with our population of points that we wanted to incorporate into our analysis, and we call those the isolated groups there. Okay, and this is where it gets kind of boring here, but what we did is we used the spatial statistics methods then to determine what the grouping nature of these points were so that we could actually come up with how to group individual points into a specific infestation. And so we went through a lot of the different methods, and we did some frequency analysis using different grouping distances, and we compared to what the expected number of groups would be to the observed number of groups for different grouping distances. And to make a long story short, we determined that the natural sort of grouping threshold for an infestation was around 750 meters. So what we did then is we went back to the points, and points that were within 750 meters of one another, we then grouped those into an infestation. We called them one infestation, and then we did a buffer around those, a 750 meter buffer around those points, so we had a polygon in the end. And that's how we identified our parent polygons in every year. Okay, so now we've identified our parent polygons, and the next step then was to determine, well, what should be that zone of influence around those parent polygons? How far should we be looking out from the edge of that? Okay, so what we then did is we started looking at the parent polygons, and then we would look at the next year of the offspring that came out. And then we would go through this process of calculating the distance from every point to the nearest parent. And then we did some frequency distributions, and there were some points that were as far away as 20 or 30 kilometers to the nearest parent, but those were fewer than, not that common. And so most of them were within 4 kilometers of a parent, so we started to look at this frequency distribution of how close they were from a parent. And what we came up with is that the most reasonable sort of zone of influence to use was 1 and 2 kilometers. So if you look at 1 kilometer, there's about 55% of the offspring, if you look at the red, which is the average of all the years, are within 1 kilometer of a parent in that following year. And then if you go out to 2 kilometers, about 75% of them are within that zone of influence area. Okay, so now we've established our parent polygons, and then we also have an additional buffer around those, so we know that what our zone of influence we should be looking in to see where those beetles are going in, and so that we can compare parent polygons that were treated against ones that were untreated. Okay, so I wanted to throw this one up here just to kind of show, this was just for 1 year. I was looking at 2011 and 2012 offspring. This is for the whole area, so you can see there's a lot of points that we included in our analysis. And so the red line just represents the area that was surveyed both years, so we know that those ones are all eligible to look at here. And I don't expect you to see a lot here, but just I wanted to kind of give you a feel for all the data that were involved here. But if I zoom in on this, down in one corner, you can kind of see the original parent buffers, the zone of influence area. I believe this was the 2 kilometer zone of influence area. And then you can see the different, the survey data that's overlapped on that for the next year, and which ones were treated and which ones weren't. And so by doing using this approach, then we have all these different populations or individuals that we can compare for our analysis of treatment effect. Okay, so when we were doing this analysis, one of the other things that we kind of determined was that we were also able to assess the efficiency at which we were able to detect the green trees when we go into these survey sites and start looking for the green trees around them. So the way we do that is we go in there and if we determine that there was trees that were missed because we see them pop up in the next year in the parent polygon part, we can then calculate how efficient were we in detecting those trees. So we missed 2 in this one, for example, out of all of them that were there, right? We missed 2. So we can calculate what that efficiency of that detection was. And so that's important, right? Because we're wanting to get a feel for how well we're finding those green attack trees when we go down to the ground survey sites. Okay, so this was something that we, was a kind of a byproduct that was from this work, but it turned out to be something quite useful. Okay, so if I can show some of the results from that detection efficiency. And so what I've got here is on this one, it's the detection rate as a percent of the ones we were able to detect for the different years here. And we were surprised actually how low the detection efficiency was here in these sites. So in the non-immigration years, it ranged from 54 to 68% we were able to detect. In the immigration years, such as 2008 and so on, and 2006, it was lower still, 38 to 44%, which is kind of expected. Overall, for the non-immigration years, we had a detection rate of about 65% in need. So this is important because we use this number in the MPBSpread model for we're not just making up parameters in these models, they're based on the data that comes in here. So in that model, we assume that we can 65% of the time find those trees in there, and some of them go missing, right? And so this plays into the overall analysis. Okay, so now we're going to look at some results here. And so what I'm going to show you first is just some of the results around the 1 kilometer zone of influence. And this graph here, what it shows is attack intensity. So we've got the parent attack intensity, so it's really the number of dead trees per area. And then on this axis is the attack intensity in the next year in the zone of influence. Right? And so what you see is you have 2 groups here. You've got your treated and untreated. And so the higher this is, the higher the attack intensity. And so what we see is that down here, the treated sites definitely have lower attack intensities in the next year versus the untreated sites. But one of the interesting trends we saw was that as the parent attack intensity class gets higher, the treatment has less effect. Right? So once you get here, and you can see these lines cross here. And so that was an interesting result here. So these are less effective at higher attack intensities. Now, if you look at the 2 kilometer zone of influence, it's a similar pattern. You definitely see, even in the 2 kilometers out, you see a difference between the treated and the untreated. But again, we see the lines crossing here, and that treatment effect becomes less important at the higher parent attack intensities. Okay, so this is something we'll come back to. Now, we also were able to look at these data a slightly different way. If we compare all of the points, the whole population of treated versus untreated in each of the years, we can then work out what the reduction in attack intensity was because of the treatment. And I should also mention that we excluded plots where we had less than 3 dead trees, just because there's some variability coming in there. And we also excluded 2008 here because this was a big immigration year, and you get weird things happening, and so we just dropped that one out. But what you see here is that on average, we see a mean reduction of about 41%. So we're slowing that spread by about 41% according to this analysis in the 1 kilometer zone of influence around that original parent polygon. Now there are some other interesting things here that the reduction in efficiency varied a bit from year to year, and there's some error around that, of course. One year that had particularly low was this 2010 year, and we started looking at, well, why was that year lower? And we looked at the proportion of infestations that are actually treated in that year, and it was only about 6%. So this was an area where we had quite a lot, quite a bit fewer treatments, or percent treated. If you look at the 2012 and the 2009 years, there's a higher percent treated, and those are actually some of the higher years. So it seems like obviously the number that you leave untreated is going to be influencing your overall treatment effect, even on the ones that you do treat. So when you expand this area out to 2 kilometers, similar sort of results, although the mean reduction is a little bit less when you get further out there. But it's still, on average, around 33%. Interestingly, in this 2010 year, there was almost a 0 treatment effect if you look 2 kilometers out. So, to conclude, we're only able to, some of the key conclusions anyways, we're only able to detect about 65% of these green attack trees. So even though we're going out there and doing the treatments, we're still missing some, right, which is to be expected. But this is an important number to know. Okay, so the level 1 treatments have been effective, so it hasn't been a waste of money by any means. And within the 1 kilometer area, we've reduced the attack intensity by 7 to 67% per year with a mean of 41%. And in the 2 kilometer zone of influence, it's around 33%. Okay, so those are definitely significant reductions in spread. So we also discovered if the overall rate of treatment is too low, the level 1 treatments are less effective, right? So if you don't treat enough of them, right, then your overall treatment efficiency drops. And we also saw that when you have the higher attack intensities in the parent polygons, that the treatment is less effective. Okay, so I know I covered a lot of information here in a short amount of time, and I'm sure there's going to be some questions. So I'd like to open up the session now for some questions, and then after that we'll talk about some interpretations. Yeah.
Can you go back to the graph where you're showing like the trends in attack intensity versus treatment, non-treatment?
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
But, so at the end there, the parent attack intensity class 12.
Yeah.
You have a really high
Yeah.
average. And so it looks to me almost like that treated relationship is kind of being driven by that final data point.
Yeah, the slope of this line, yeah, is definitely going to be affected by this one.
Yeah.
Now, the reason why we put these lines in here before is because we expected that there would be a relationship between parent attack intensity and the zone of influence attack intensity, particularly in the untreated ones. But it wasn't always the case, right? There's a lot of variability here. I didn't put the error bars on here, but these are just averaged over several, many different plots. But and then the problem too was that there's the number of untreated ones that we had to compare against the treated was different each year, and so there's always these. So we couldn't quite get that range out as high as we would like to because we were limited with the treated part. But it's a good question. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a similar question. Like that earlier on, you found that sort of beetle populations were driven more by almost a signal pattern, and that might, if it was possible to get higher percent attack intensity classes in this data set, I wonder if you might have found, instead of a linear relationship, something more like that, where it's
Yeah.
movement. And the other thing that I was thinking was, your data set goes from 2006 to 2012, and I just was curious why it didn't include further years ago.
Yeah. So this work was done mostly in the first phase, and at that point we only had data up until 2013, right? And so the last one we could look at was 2012, because then we looked at what happened in 2013. Now since then we've had data go out to 2015, and we just haven't had the time to go back and redo that, because it's quite a bit of work to do this analysis. There's a lot of data. We tried many different methods before we arrived on this one, and but we're quite happy in the end with the way it worked out. Question?
Sorry,
Yeah.
Just to remind you again.
Oh yeah, so it's a
the
summary.
questioners are not always
Yeah.
audible, so if you could summarize.
My apologies to the people
I guess it's further to Joey's question. Are you guys going to be able to continue with this data set and do this analysis again as we move further? Because I mean, just anecdotally in the area, I would say our greatest influence, I think we've been most effective in the last 3 years in comparison to any other years that we've had. So I would be surprised to see what that effect, how it would change those numbers, if they would jump up quite a bit.
Yeah. So the question was, are we going to continue on doing this with the more recent data years? And I guess that depends on if we can generate some as a researcher up here, we need funds to do this research, right? So we definitely are interested in doing that, but again, the funding that we had so far was only for that first phase for that part. So we don't have additional funds to do that now, but that's something we'd like to do.
Yeah, I can't tell you the extent to which GIS gymnastics had to be employed to make these data go, right? So it's not easy to do because ideally, had we had all the power in the world, we would have come over here and said, okay, this area you guys treat, this area you guys don't treat, and we'll have a nice little controlled experiment. We don't have that option, right? That doesn't work that way. So this type of thing is a huge investment of effort just to get these numbers. But the other nice thing I'll say too is that these relationships as they show up, even though they are fairly loose, are actually perfectly in keeping with our anticipation of our understanding of the biology of the beetle too. So it doesn't cause me too much heartburn when I see these data. But like you say, Devin, I would love to add 2 or 3 points to it on the on the graph as well. There's no question. Yeah.
We'll go there first. Yeah.
The stat that you showed, the detection efficacy ranging between 54 and 68%, that'd be based on 50-meter concentric survey, I would take it. Can you then go in reverse and see how that what threshold you might find if you say started increasing your concentric survey out, let's say another 10 meters, would you gain 20% more efficacy, for example? Like what that relationship is to kind of back inform if we need to make things just, for example, a little larger, just to maybe get an appreciable gain in efficacy of the findings.
Yeah, so just for the people listening, that was a question about if we change the radius at which you look around the red attack trees to find the green attack trees, will it influence your detection efficiency? So the way we approached that was we had our polygons for the parent polygons there, which is that 750 meter buffer around there. And so if you had a tree that you missed that appears back in that one in the next year, then it was added in. So we can't really answer that question using our data, but it would be obviously an interesting one that we want to, that needs to be explored, I think, because one of the things we'll show when we get to the Mountain Pine Beetle spread model is that rate of detection is important.
It is a real point of concern, and we're really aware of it, believe me, in that statistically we find justifiable groupings of infestations in that 750 meter buffer. But there's no way we can expect surveys to happen at that level of intensity. So there has to be, I would highly recommend some examination of the green attack survey methodology, insofar as maybe there is a way to get a little bit closer to an accurate survey, because ideally, something in the order of 60% green attack detection is potentially going to be quite problematic, largely if we go forward and start finding climate change is driving the populations into higher levels of productivity. You're gonna lose the handle on it very quickly. It's something that certainly it does need some discussion as to how we proceed forward with this sort of thing.
There was another question here, yeah.
So just looking at this efficacy, have there been any efforts to sort of ease away some of that variation, looking at other factors such as susceptibility or microclimate or something like that?
We did do quite a lot of work around that. We looked at a whole bunch of different factors to try to figure out if there was something that was really affecting that. And to be honest, there wasn't anything that really came out of it as a clear effect. And we did, remember, we spent a lot of time thinking about that, and it was, we grouped the data many different ways, and we just couldn't but I'm sure there's things out there, right? But it's again, when some of the limitations of working with these populations of data, right? There's a lot going on there, and it's difficult to control it all and to keep it all straight. But when we looked at like how close one parent was to another parent, for example, and some other things, and there were some weak relationships, but nothing really worth kind of reporting. Yes.
A couple things. I was wondering, so as parent attack intensity, I'll try to speak loud.
Yeah.
Intensity class goes up around 9 dead trees per kilometer square.
Yeah.
Not only is treatment less effective, it actually helps them, according to those lines, all driven by Carolyn said.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that it helps. I wouldn't put that much stock in those lines. I would, because they don't really go past that point. But just what you're really comparing is the difference of the red squares to the treated. The reason why we put the lines in there was just to kind of, we expected that there would be more of a one-to-one relationship of the attack intensity in the parents versus the surrounding areas, right? But it's not always that. There's some other things going on there, right? So it's not always that. But what you see though that's important here is the difference in the attack intensity for the same parent versus the treated versus the untreated in the same class.
Okay. And with 65% average detection, can you comment on the golden rule of thumb about how much you have to treat to be impact? Can you reconcile those things for me a bit?
Yeah, in fact, I've got a little wrap-up slide that on the end of this one around the discussion for exactly that point.
Okay, then I won't ask
Yeah.
now, but we were asking about 2008 immigration year.
Yeah.
I know 2009 was a big immigration year.
Well, if you think about the 2000, it's always kind of, we had endless arguments on which year is which, right? Because is it the beetle year or is it the year you count the dead trees, right? So it's the same one, yeah.
So our 2008 is the 2009 immigration year.
But the 2006 was the real immigration year, and
The
it
initial.
showed it was 2,600 back.
The initial, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Effectively, if you look at the data, we're 1 year offset in.
But why would it be offset if 2009 is a big immigration year? Shouldn't it be 2010 that's dropped, not 2008?
It's actually should be 2000.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, what's funny is you're driving us back to what was weeks of headache. Because this sort of speaks to some of the complexity of the data. Because in essence, right, the surveys are coming in with dates on them, right? And what do they represent, right? Ultimately, they represent if the surveys are coming in with the red tree, it actually is a representative of a beetle attack from the previous year. Right, and so getting our heads around that, particularly when you've got a data set that has red trees and green attack trees in it as well, you've got to sort of, we're bumping back and forth between years, and in the end, we wound up having to scrap stuff and go back again because things were being run with the years not properly offset.
Yeah.
And so in the end, we basically chose a beetle year where I think the 08, as it's shown, is effectively showing what would have been the red attack detected in 09.
Yeah.
And I think, wasn't there some difference in the fading? Like in the 2006 immigration, they faded the year after, in 2009 they faded the year after. So that maybe one difference.
That might be driving some of the variation in it, Mike, for sure. It's for us to be able to parse that out of the data was probably not really possible unless you guys had somehow recorded it. And I think
just meaning why you explain the difference between what 2006 shows and 2006 maybe.
2008.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you guys are absolutely right. Like I said, this actually formed, I think, the bulk of our efforts for the largest part of phase 1. We were spent banging our heads against these data, and the very fact that we actually show a treatment effect was very encouraging. And I think, if anything, it's showing a conservative treatment effect because once again, we are statistically defining what is both a parent and an offspring polygon, which in essence is not necessarily dealing with things in the approach that is driven by the DSS and the zonations that you guys are applying. We were just looking for places on the landscape where we were able to find a control and a treatment to make a comparison.
And the most important thing was looking at 1 year and then the next year. I didn't really care, what exactly that year was in terms of that. It was just we know that this was the 1 year, and then this is T+1, and those are the two we're comparing.
Yeah.
So that was the important part.
So some of these things, we statistically focused on the leading edge, but that was a statistical leading edge, not an operational leading edge. And so there are portions of these data that would be falling well back into your, even in your inactive holding zone, just simply because we were trying to find, after the masking technique that we applied, things that would pop out to us as being a treatment to be compared against a control from year to year.
Barry Cook suggests that 2009 was a year of massive range extension. 2008 may have been a year of significant backfill within the study areas.
That's a very good point, yeah. Yeah, because we have noticed, as Barry just pointed out, we have noticed that the range extensions have been followed by what is apparently a range contraction. It's effectively a range extension that is detected through mapping of red trees that don't necessarily manifest as a full-blown outbreak simply because the beetles blow out. They might arrive in reasonably low numbers. They kill the trees, but they don't necessarily have a high R value. And what happens the year after that is there's an apparent intensification behind that, which, if you interpret it incorrectly, looks like they're retreating. But in effect, it is a whole-scale move, just not to the full extent of what's detected by the red attack mapping.
I think there was a question here, yeah.
So the red tops are detected during aerial surveys.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what proportion of those red trees are actually dead because of Mountain Pine Beetle and how that affects the work.
Okay, so the question was, the red attack trees were the ones that we used to identify the sites, and then what proportion of those red trees were actually killed by mountain pine beetle? How do we know that?
Yeah, I encounter this question from time to time, and there are certainly other sources of mortality in lodgepole pine that can be ascribed to other agents, but never to the extent and the scale that you'll get with mountain pine beetle. And so there's clearly some variability. In all likelihood, there might be a root rot center. There could be some porcupine activity. There might even be the occasional uprise of the lodgepole pine beetle, Dendrochus murrayani, but none of that ever comes close to the scale and consistency that you'll get with the mountain pine beetle. It is a source of error, but I would suggest a small one.
In cypress hills, I think they estimate that 50% of the red tops are not killed by mountain pine beetle.
Yeah, Cypress Hills is a funny place. But and in my experience, certainly in British Columbia, any suggestion during an outbreak of a red dead lodgepole pine is 90% of the time mountain pine beetle. Yeah, easily, and that's conservative. Yeah.
And what about the kind of opposite source of error, where there's a red top, but you don't necessarily see it from the plane, or it hasn't faded, the crown fade isn't intense enough? Do you have any idea what kind of scale that error is at?
I think, Erica, you could best address that, perhaps.
Oh, I think the fellows who do the aerial surveys would be best to that. I think our detection is actually really quite accurate from the air. Using helicopters, we're able to actually take a good look at it. We can distinguish between porcupine trees and trees that have died in other years. We also spend a fair amount of time calibrating our eyes every year to try and determine the differences between old attacks, so years or a couple of years ago, where you've got the rusty brown trees instead of the nice bright red trees. But the folks back there do a lot of surveys, but our detection is
You
pretty
can
high.
pull this out of our data set too, because you could compare it, the aerial survey data to the ground survey data that comes back as non-mountain pine beetle. And when we used to look at it quite a few years ago, I think they were like less than 2%,
Yeah.
less than 1%.
Yeah.
I conservatively easily say better than 95. So
Yeah,
it's-
I would
even
agree.
higher.
Yeah.
So
I would agree, yeah. I mean, there isn't much that kills healthy mature pine other than mountain pine beetle.
creatures and more, so it's
Yeah.
a lot of that small noise is kind of filtered out right there.
Yeah.
When we were doing the parent, or the natural grouping thresholds, like 750 meters, and then you said like 20-30K was the furthest points from the parents, can you get a bonus from this and say anything about dispersal distances?
Yeah, I mean, that was, in fact, we used some of these data.
Repeat the question.
Oh, yeah. So the question was, when we looked at the distance that the offspring were traveling from the parent, can we use that for dispersal information? Yeah, and in fact, we did do that when we were calibrating the MPBSpread model. We looked at the average, how far they were going on average, and I believe Well, we also take into account wind vectors and some different things as well. And on average, I believe they were traveling like between 1 and 2 kilometers a year on average, but there were certainly ones that were going further than that, you know. So we did, but part of our dispersal model, which Clive will talk about, has a tail function in there, right? So that's, the vast majority of them go within a certain distance, but some of them can go quite a bit further.
Yeah, those ones are interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are interesting, and you know, I will point out as we go where, you know, biologically things tend to fit with our current knowledge, or at least our theory, and of course that stuff fits very well with Les Safranik's diffusion model that he developed back in the late 80s and early 90s. So it fit quite nicely with our expectations from that as well.
Any other questions then before we get on to the other part? No online? No more Barry Cook comments?
Oh, Barry's got comments.
Yeah. Oh, I like his comments. Yeah, keep them coming.
Okay.
Okay.
So
just go to this.
we're actually moving along quicker than anticipated, but I think there's still some points that we can make by way of discussion. And I think it would really benefit us from talking about this, because what will flow from this in terms of parameterization of MPBSpread is effectively all of the information that you're seeing here, both in terms of R that you saw before coffee, and in terms of our efficacy assessments, at least from the point of view of the detection and eradication numbers that we've got from the data. We've actually pulled all of that forward in terms of informing how we work on MPBSpread and assess the scenarios that we're going to use there. You want to just advance that? Yeah. So once again, I wanted to come back to this, and I'll try and do this at the end of each of the segments, just to sort of discuss where I think we have relevance from the point of view of these results. And essentially discuss what we can consider important from the point of view of integration into future management. So in essence, I mean, what we've been looking at here is this, right? So our idea here is, can we establish whether or not the level 1 treatments have had some efficacy? Are they effective in lowering the attack intensity in the potential area around the parent polygons that could be influenced, the zone of influence? And what emerges from that is gratifyingly, yes, the answer is there is an effect of treatment on mountain pine beetle impact and spread, clearly. But what is relevant mostly in terms of perhaps changes to the business as usual scenario is that we have green attack detection rates that are arguably too low. And so if there's any way at all, and you'll certainly see this when we begin running the mountain pine beetle spread scenarios, increasing this is actually very, very critical to outcomes in terms of overall efficacy. So is there a possibility of us improving our capacity to detect the green attack trees on the landscape? And that's more than a rhetorical question, because I'd love to hear what you guys have got to think, especially operational people. Tom?
Well, I think, like, if you're talking about most of the trees that we're missing are within that 1 to 2 kilometer part of the zone of influence, that's going to be extremely difficult for us to do on the ground. It's going to have to be, and we haven't developed yet, some sort of remote sensing or something like that that will be able to detect trees that are still green but infested.
Yeah, so it was in that 750 meter buffer, those are the ones we're talking, not the zone of influence. So it's ones that appeared back in that parent polygon. Yeah, it's still a big area, yeah, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, so Tom's comment had to do with other means of detecting green attack trees, and it's actually kind of funny, because it brings us back several decades even to the point at which we were talking about using remote sensing as a potential tool to detect green attack trees. You know, the snake oil salesman made a lot of money pursuing that, never to actually deliver on it, which is a bit unfortunate. You know, is it possible to go out and use remote sensing techniques to find trees that are newly infested by mountain pine beetle? I don't think so. You know, Mike Balder and I published a paper on this about 10 years ago, sort of indicating it's probably a bit of you know, too much to ask, simply because there's so much variation in what the trees present by way of reflectance at any given point of the year. To actually pull out what influence you're getting with regards to mountain pine beetle attack early enough to actually have a potential to treat it is probably asking way too much. At least
failing that, you're going to have a lot more intensity of ground survey out there.
Yeah.
That's going to cost
exactly, and so our point is exactly that. This would be wonderful, but whether or not it's feasible is another question altogether, and that's where I'm happy to be a scientist.
So yeah, getting to that, because our ground surveys right now are centered around red attack.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're not finding those green trees because they're not within 50 meters of our red attack, we would be searching for the nail in the haystack, right?
Mhm.
Because we would go and have to survey a stand without any indication from the air that there might be a green attack tree in that stand. So,
Well, one thing though that we can that I might suggest, and perhaps we can even test this, would be that if you have red attacks that are showing up in a particular area, and that becomes a focal point for your subsequent surveys, I would suggest running the R model on it to predict whether or not there was any productivity there. Right. So a red attack cluster showing up in an area with a predicted very low R value is probably not going to produce green attacks. Assuming we're correct and accurate in our estimations of R, and I think we're getting reasonably good with it. So I would prioritize the survey points around the red attack clusters based upon your expectations of mountain pine beetle productivity. That's how I would start it. Deb?
Can you make any inferences from your data set as to which stands the efficacy is worse in? Is there any characteristics of or stand characteristics or some kind of characteristics that we would be able to look at and say, in this stand the efficacy is usually lower, so this is a stand that we would want to possibly do a transect survey method or something different rather than our concentric surveys, or increase our intensity of survey in this particular area because this is the area that it's usually the efficacy is lower, or something like that.
or also some sort of density of trees within your parent polygon, because you're not stand-based, right? You don't tie it back to any of the ADI or any of that. It's just the zone of influence of your parent, right?
That's exactly right. Yeah.
So when a density switches, well, you kind of got that graph, but it doesn't really work, because then
But-
you could switch your
But
to
all
a transect.
all of those things would actually emerge from the predicted R, right? Because that's what we use to embed the influence of weather and climate, as well as stand characteristics. So perhaps it would be worth pursuing
Yeah, I mean, the data that we worked with, there wasn't enough, information around all those points to be able to do that kind of, like, we did some basic things to try to find and sort them, and group them and see if there was grouping effects, but, and as I mentioned, there really wasn't anything strongly that came out of that. But it doesn't mean that it's not there, right? We just couldn't pick it up, because maybe we don't have the data.
And what sort of increase in detection efficacy should we be looking at achieving to have greater effect on the pine beetle population?
All right.
Pardon me, Allan, just before you move on.
Yeah.
Barry just had one more comment. He said, heat detection drones are a cheap test that's worth the price. The University of Calgary is trying this. The idea is that dying trees have higher needle temperatures.
Yeah.
Please leave a comment.
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic point. I mean, Barry's point is simply that there are other emerging technologies out there that might be worth considering. I would certainly encourage anybody who's involved in this business to perhaps have a little bit of money on the side of the table to exploit some of those possibilities and look at the alternative technologies as they emerge. Yeah, drones are great. Yeah. All right, so Kathy asked the question about whether or not we knew what level of efficacy in terms of detection is required to achieve some level of goals. And I come back to stuff that Les Safranik and I produced along with Terry Shore from about 10 years ago in the big Mountain Pine Beetle book. And essentially what this graph represents is simply a plot of the proportion of trees you can find and do something about in relation to the number of years you've got to keep at it to bring it down to suppression. And suppression we just define here mathematically as being one infested tree. And if you started at 10,000 trees in a given infestation, and you can find, let's say, 80% of them, right, which is even more than what's going on here, if the population is doubling every year, you got to keep at it for 10 full years to get ahead of it, right? And the interesting thing is that changes depending upon the rate of increase in that population. Okay, this is sort of just standard calculations derived. The analogy would be with your department store credit card with a massive interest rate on it, right? If you're only going to pay just that interest that's building up and never get into the principal, you'll never get over top of things. And this is stuff that's just derived from that curve that we produced where we talk about the amount the population grows and we plot it against the amount that has to be treated annually to get above that population and do something about it. So this is just an extension of that. And this changes too, of course, if the population is even bigger at the start. So the question about how many trees do you have to find or what your level of efficacy has to be in terms of detection and eradication is all derived from the extent to which that population is increasing. What is its intrinsic rate of increase? Again, what is its R value? R tells you what you got to do from the point of view of intervention if you want to stop the population from growing. If the population doubles every year, you've got to remove more than half of it every year to stop it from growing, right? And to potentially reduce it. If it's tripling every year, well, you've got to get at more than 2/3 of it. How long do you have to keep it up? Well, it depends on how good you are at finding and doing something about those infestations, those populations. And what's interesting is that I sort of debated with whether I would show this simply because I've been talking about it so long. But I decided to because this relationship will emerge out of MPBSpread, which was very gratifying as well. So when we show you what's coming out of MPBSpread in terms of our analyses of the infestation across Alberta so far, this thing shows up as well. Okay, so any Mike?
So when you say infestation, you're talking about all of Alberta infestation or isolated?
It applies at a landscape and it applies at a stand level, effectively. If at a stand level the population is doubling every year, well then you have to remove more than half of the infested trees. If at the landscape you're talking about a population doubling every year, then you have to remove half of the infestations. It's hard to sum it all up, especially over a broad landscape, but that's the ideal, right? The academic statement. Tom?
But I think you were saying too that the detection seems to be better with, it's going to be less effective than if we have a lot of beetles. It's going to be more effective where you have fewer beetles. So the detection should be better towards the leading edge and the efficacy of the control edge should be better in those areas too. So can you kind of stratify out where you are having more of an effect on the beetle populations?
Right.
And then target those areas? Or?
Yeah, so Tom's question and comment were about whether or not this needs to be parsed around the size of the infestation. Can you be more effective at small populations? The absolute answer is yes. And you can see it here, right? So, 100,000 infested trees or a population a tenth that size, you're talking about, halving the amount of time you got to spend treating that population to get it down to a manageable level. So work at the leading edge is important because you're having an impact on a smaller population. Some of the questions we can't answer at this point in time is whether or not an alternative approach in terms of dealing with beetles behind that leading edge as being the source of the dispersers. We don't know that, and that would require some additional analyses. But at this point in time, certainly treating the small populations and being aggressive and early is very, very important. Sitting on any population, letting it growing, Jasper, for example, big mistake. Right, I'm not, thankfully as an academic I can spout off on these sorts of things and not get in trouble. But Jasper is a big mistake, right? That is a population that is beyond management. I can say that with absolute certainty. It's so big now that basically no matter what happens in that park, those beetles are going to have their way with that area, that valley, and perhaps the areas adjacent to it.
They've had their way for most of it, but,
Yeah. True enough.
So lots of wildlife managers, they cull populations to make them healthier, and it actually helps them increase. And we know Mountain Pine Beetle suffers from intra-specific competition, and this positive feedback loop it gets in is not sustainable and all this. And so I wonder if there is any danger of controlling large populations.
Yeah, a very good point, Kathy. So Kathy's point is about the risk of not being aggressive enough.
Yeah, because you're not pushing them down to endemic, you're just pushing, they go right back to this epidemic equilibrium.
Yeah, I'm reminded of a conversation that we had, Barry Cook was involved a couple of years ago, and we came up with a sort of a theoretical, what we call the Sisyphus curve, you're pushing your boulder uphill. And that's a great analogy that works really well with mountain pine beetle, because intra-specific competition during an outbreak is critical to beetle productivity. And if you reduce that competition minimally, you'll actually have a higher rate of increase in the population as a consequence of a reduction in competition. So you have to get over the top, over the hump. That population needs to be pushed back to the point where you're not reducing competition and improving survival. You're actually increasing mortality in the population sufficiently to cause it to decline. That's absolutely true. So yeah, you got to be aggressive. Erica?
So is that potentially what was happening in our active holding zone? We've had the discussion before on our active holding zone and whether or not we're being successful in trying to hold those populations static, and I don't think we were. Because our thresholds for control in the holding zone was 10 or more potential green attack trees. Other than that, we weren't going into those sites. And every year we were having to move those boundaries, go back into stance, and we weren't seeing any decreases in there. The beetle population is going down now, so that we're actually treating the entire area as the leading edge zone, so 3 or more trees we're going into. But I'm wondering if we were having that kind of effect in the active holding zone.
Yeah.
And we had had those conversations when we were in, I don't remember where we were, Victoria, no, we were in Van, at UBC, and the strategy for the holding zone, and if we needed to redo that strategy, rework our thresholds, drop the holding zone completely, or what we wanted to do with that particular area.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure, but it's interesting. It never worked, and it was.
Yeah. It's a really good question. You guys chime in if you have something to add. The question has to do with the approach to the holding zone, the active holding zone, where you had the threshold of more than 10 trees, right? Was that a mistake, or could that have been done differently? It's difficult to say. I think that if those are questions I think we could answer. We haven't necessarily got there in the sense that our assessment to this point has been focused on assessing the control, the spread, the leading edge focus, and its potential efficacy in terms of managing the beetle. But alternative approaches to, say, nailing things in a more aggressive way behind the leading edge, we just don't know what that would have done.
So I have one more question actually on the graph here. It actually has to do with R that we calculate and this particular R.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I'm glad you brought that up. So, yeah.
Apparently I've rinsed it a few times.
Yeah. So essentially, in pure population dynamics, small r in italics represents the intrinsic rate of increase of a population, and it is equivalent to the number of offspring per female. So your r values are small r. They are related to. They are identical to and related to, during an outbreak, big R represented here, which is an area measure. So what we're talking about here is effectively just looking at an infestation from the point of view of being 10 hectares one year and 20 hectares the next. So in Jasper, for example, the increase in the past few years from 20 to 40 to 70,000 hectares is roughly a big R of 3.5 or 4. Yeah. Okay? The R values that might have come from measurements of individual infestations in the larger area in Jasper probably in aggregate would have been on average 4. You would have had some big ones and some small ones and so on and so forth. But the two of them during an outbreak should be equivalent.
Okay. So because when our value was in the DSS, it was based on R breaks calculated in BC. So it was under 2.1 was a decreasing population, 2.1 to 4.6 I think was considered static population, and anything greater than 4.6 in assessed R was an increase in population.
Yeah.
So we couldn't seem to make those work in terms of our population increases or decreases.
Okay. So the application of relationships between small r and outcomes at the landscape that were derived from BC were built on thresholds, as Eric was pointing out in her question. And those thresholds effectively were simply developed through just years of observation of the outcome given a locally measured small r, number of offspring per female. And the reason why it isn't like an R of 2 means a doubling of population it means that it's essentially what they did was they measured an R, then they went back and they looked at the result afterwards. And what happens is, of course, you have to produce enough beetles to not only overwhelm additional trees, but you have to account for the possibility of emigration entirely. So you do lose beetles. So that's why the BC approach was to sort of classify it as that sort of less than 2 and 2 to 4 and above 4. The reason why potentially the reason why that doesn't work in Alberta, and why I would stay away from it, is that we don't really know the threshold number of attacks required to kill a naive lodgepole, a hybrid, or a jack pine yet. Antonia will tell us by the time she finishes her PhD. But we don't know this, and so it's difficult to say what that relationship is in terms of the small r and the subsequent consequences at the infestation level.
So when we're looking at pred R,
Yeah.
predicted R across our landscape, then we can just assume that those values are going to relate in a one-to-one. So if we have a predicted R of 3, then we could expect populations to triple in there? Or is it again, we just look at kind of relative across the landscape?
Yeah, relative
Okay.
across the landscape. I mean, in an ideal world, if all the beetles stayed home, right, and didn't go anywhere, then the answer is yes. An R of 3 should relate to a tripling of the population locally. But that's the ideal world. That doesn't necessarily work out. Your approach, effectively, you're topped out at a budget that has X number of dollars in it, right? And any approach to spending that money, as you well know, I'm just telling you things you already know, starts here and works back till the money's gone. Right, so insofar as the predicted R is concerned, start at the top and work back as far as the money will take you. That would be effectively my approach. I wouldn't actually be attempting to parse that into thresholds above and below which you action or you don't.
But the critical assumption here, Alan, is this relationship between the intrinsic rate of increase and large R.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's the core thing here. If you assume linearity, then small R prediction is a good population estimate on a broader scale, right?
Yeah.
But if intraspecific competition becomes an element at very high R, which is likely, then the relationship starts to become nonlinear, right? It might dip, for example, so then you get back to your point earlier that you're driving it back down the curve so that it then just jacks it back up again in the next year because now you've relieved that interspecific competition.
Yeah.
So that's the unknown here is what that relationship is between those two variables.
Yeah, and it's further complicated too, as Barry would point out, by the threshold nature of the system insofar as how quickly it flips from one sort of state to another with small inputs of change around climate, for example. Once again, I'm happy to be a scientist in this context because ideally I can make a recommendation, but the hard decisions aren't mine. But ideally, in the range of R values, the range of small R's that we've seen through the data, the bulk of them are within the range that I would expect to have an influence on the population by treating the high end and working down. You seldom see, so R values typically in my experience of 3, 4, 5, and 6, for example, usually represent a pretty healthy population. But it's also one of those types of values that if you were to introduce mortality into that population by removing infested trees, I would fully expect there to be a decline in that population in a very effective fashion. When you start getting up above 6, you get 7, 8, 9, and 10, right? Those are values that don't manifest in the data very often. That's where I would start to see, I would expect at least, lots of intraspecific competition that potentially could be alleviated through a simple culling, as Kathy pointed out, of the excess. So, those relationships could change if we have a sudden warming in temperature, a significant drought year, all of that sort of thing. But at this point in time, I don't think we're prepared to say definitively that one thing needs to be done versus another. Wishy-washy answer. Any more questions? This I'll just make a sort of an interesting comment anecdotally. This is a valley outside of Spray Lakes, and it's a photograph that I took from a helicopter at a time when I think Erica and myself were flying with your minister, your provincial minister, and a pile of media that had come down to sort of start looking at the threat that mountain pine beetle was posing to Kananaskis, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I took this photograph because it was, what 2006, 7? Maybe 8, I don't remember. You know, I was only 10, right? But I took the picture because it had been a long time since I'd actually seen green pine trees. Right, so I leaned out the helicopter window and took this shot simply because I thought that it was really nice to see actually a green forest. So, anyways, Erica tells me that the Bow Valley's got beetles again. So
And then he dropped a jar of beetles out there.
exactly. That's right. A little bit of future work. Yeah.
So Allan, your comment about Jasper and about there's nothing that they can do there, but yet they came out in August with their beetle management plan.
Yeah.
And they're holding up wildfire as their the best option for themselves. I mean, what would you say to Jasper National Park? I mean, to guide their efforts to do something.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, this is a tough thing, and it's difficult for me from a variety of levels. Not the least of which is that everything that we have been screaming from the mountaintops for years was ignored. Right? You know, in fact, the report itself was written doesn't even cite that. Right? That's not even included in the report. I've read it. You know, and I'm going, what the hell, right? You know, because this really laid the groundwork, at least theoretically, for what you had to achieve any sort of suppression or at least influence on a population trend. Jasper's focus on fire, I understand it from a management perspective, clearly. I understand it from a desirability perspective, from the point of view of its role in habitat and its historic role in the ecosystem. The impact it has on beetles directly, zilch. The problem being is that we have data to show this. If you want to kill beetles by actually prescribed burning, the fire has to reach crowning levels to sufficiently scorch the bark to kill a large number of beetles. And you cannot manage that kind of fire. So that's not the kind of fire that Jasper will implement in the park.
It's also, they're only proposing to burn 1,200 hectares, and how many hectares are in testing?
Well, that's right. That's right.
And the other thing for the control, they do recognize that a lot of the trees in East Jasper that they want to control is going to take a lot of work in building heli platforms, but there are no numbers there. And when you go through, I went through in Jasper in September, we poked around a bit. When you look at the distribution, there are no, not just reference to that, but the numbers of trees they would have to, and the amount of, like the economics, like it just doesn't seem like it's logistically.
And you also have to understand too that plan was not written knowing this year what was going to show up. That plan was written a couple of years ago, and there was only 6,200 hectares of mapped red when that plan began being developed, which then grew to 21,000 hectares, which then grew to 48,000 hectares, and what we're seeing now. So the time scale over which that plan was written didn't align with what they're seeing in real time on the ground.
And just east of town is all green attack, so just as you leave east of town on that bench, that pine doesn't even look like much. It's all green attack, mostly blind, and on the park's website, there is a great photo of the valley from like, I don't know, 1915, showing that it's all grassland, right? And then there's a photo from, I'm not sure when, like 2005, showing all the ingress of trees, right? And how they need to burn it to get rid of the trees. And the beetle will just have done that for free.
Yeah, it's.
But unfortunately, it's also done.
It is frustrating from so many levels, as I said, because as Erica mentioned, in 1999, I think Les and Terry and I were all marching around the countryside saying aggressive and early, aggressive and early, aggressive and early, right? And we showed this kind of thing back then. And it still isn't being embraced by jurisdictions that could be actually having an influence. You know, aggressive and early in Jasper's context would have been 10 years ago.
But you were only a child when
Aggressive and early.
Yeah. And to be fair, there was lots of stuff happening 10 years ago that they were doing stuff, and then there was politics and decisions made.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. Yeah.
And
I mean,
programs that got stopped and ended
Yeah.
level.
Yeah, to complete the answer though to Keith, where fire is relevant, it effectively removes food from future generations of the beetle. So it's worth pointing out that fire can be an effective tool in a proactive fashion against the mountain pine beetle, not a reactive fashion. It's a great way to manipulate a landscape and remove food from the beetle, create mosaics in the landscape to hamper dispersal and movements across that landscape by the beetle and so on and so forth. So it does have relevance, but it's too late for Jasper to be relevant.
And scales and issues, like
This
scales.
question will come to you, guaranteed. So what would your recommendation be now, today, for Jasper to act upon?
Jasper needs to be a good neighbor and actually begin helping at their edges, their borders, effectively, and supporting the FMA holders who are going to be facing the beetles that are coming out of the park. Now, I say that advisedly because people will go, oh, I remember Tweedsmuir Park in BC, and the problem that we faced there was people accusing a park, a protected area, as being a source, right? And we showed, Brian Ockama and I showed back in 2006, I think it was, that Tweedsmuir, although the population intensified earliest there, it was not the source of beetles that spread across the province of British Columbia, because populations were increasing everywhere. And I would suggest the same is likely true for Hinton. There's going to be influence from the point of view of Jasper out into the Hinton area. There's no question about that. But if you were to drop a bomb in Jasper and kill all the beetles, it doesn't mean Hinton's out of the woods. The beetles are there, and the beetles will increase, and especially as the climate warms and allows the populations to thrive. So I say that advisedly, but nonetheless, from the point of view of Jasper, if I was advising them, and I'm not, I would suggest that there's ways to work with licensees on the margins of that park to do their best to keep the beetles that are showing up on those edges, perhaps from really growing to the point of spreading even further. At the same time, Hinton can't be sitting back and saying, well, we're not doing anything until Jasper does something. Hinton's got to be really active.
Yeah, unfortunately, Richard Brienne isn't here. I'm sure he would jump into this conversation right now, but they're quite concerned.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what's really interesting, Keith, is at the end of Clive's presentation after lunch, we were able to show you the outcome of getting busy early versus not getting busy early enough in terms of what happens 10 years down the road. And it's a really interesting difference.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? Comments? So this is, I think, a good time to break for lunch and digest what we've had so far. Because, as I said, what we're going to try and do is now wrap this together in a bigger package and show you the outcome of our efforts to model the impact of mountain pine beetle over a larger landscape, and how the slow to spread strategy has manifested in terms of the outcomes, limiting spread and impacts, and how potentially modifications to that might have played out. Okay? Cool.
So we'll reconvene at about 10 to 1.
10 to 1, yeah.
Just an hour.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, 10 to 1.
Murray Summers. Just a quick comment. Yeah. To go back to the very beginning, your slide of the FMA holders you were working with. You had Alpac on there. It should be West Fraser.
Oh, should it?
Yeah. Well, I think Alpac's not part of the area at all.
Okay, because we pulled that out of our data. We basically looked for the FMA designations out of the data. So let me just see what I've got. Mouse. I can't see
one of your very first slides.
Yeah,
anyways,
I know the one you're
no need to worry about it now. definitely take another look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what I did was maybe I did that in the very first line. Yeah, I gotta show you that. I can't seem to get this mouse working. I wanted to back it up and pull up my first presentation because
Just another comment to this here. When you talk about missed trees, only an assumption.
yeah.
But one thought might be missed trees are probably less intensive attack. Like
Potentially, but they can also be asymptomatic too, which is another problem. It's really.
they could be missed because they were attacked.
They might not produce pitch tubes. Is another thing that happens. Yeah, which is really common. In a super dry year, pitch tubes actually become rare, and so a mass attack, wind attack tree is really hard to find.
I don't know. The mouse is it exists.
That hung it,
It's
did
just
we?
invisible. I'll leave it with you.
Yeah, no, but I appreciate the comments. I'll
Just
go back and
go
look.
back and look at the FMAs.
Yeah.
If they're designated.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Because basically,
That northeast corner,
yeah,
just south of Slave Lake,
yeah,
that should be West Fraser.
West Trailer. Okay.
Or it might be under Slave Lake Pulp, but it's West Fraser.
Yeah, because the data that we had might be old enough not to reflect the name changes. Was there a name change recently?
No.
Okay.
Alpaca is completely in the northeast corner.
Okay, all right. Yeah, thanks, Marie. I'll have a look at that. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
reinstall
I'll just
everything.
confirm with her that that's the plan. Thanks.
So more testing is, you think, like where the,
I really don't know what it could be. It's weird. At first I thought Sean and I thought the ports were fried, like
Yeah.
the hardware failure.
Yeah.
But something else weird is going on. But then we've done all the troubleshooting through Windows, and there's no software issues. So I don't know what the problem is.
that's very odd.
What changed between yesterday and today?
Yeah. Do I have to push the button twice on this? It's not popping back up.
Number 3, right? Oh, we need, duplicate, right?
I just wanted to. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. Very good.
We are in business.
Excellent.
God, that was stressful.
Oh, I know. I know just how that feels. I've had that happen with a laptop during a presentation. It's like deer in the headlights, right? Yeah. Well, that's
Yeah, so as I mentioned before the lunch break, what we're going to do with this next segment is essentially attempt to integrate everything that's gone on ahead and actually come right down to brass tacks and answer the question as to whether or not the slow the spread strategy for mountain pine beetle management has actually been effective in indeed slowing the spread in Alberta. So Clive's going to deal with this segment and
So, yeah, so we're sort of at the stage now where we're going to scale up our analysis to look at obviously the landscape implications of what are done at a much more local level. And the result of that activity is this model we call Mountain Pine MPBSpread for simplicity. It's a spatially explicit cellular model. I'll explain all this in a minute. So, and I'm going to pitch this at a level where, those of you who are not modelers or are not into computer modeling should be able to follow the essence of how the model functions, what it works, how it works, and then we'll look at some results and what the implications are in terms of the efficacy of control at the landscape level. So, by way of an outline then, these are the topics that I'll cover. We'll talk a little bit about the model structure. I'll show you some validation data that we compared the model output against, and then we'll look at the Alberta run scenarios, get right down to what's been done here, and what the model tells us are the implications for the control strategies that are being employed in the province. So that's the results section, and then towards the end, both myself and Allan will talk a bit about what we think or see where the opportunities are going forward. Okay, so I'm going to present the model in 3 slides in 3 different ways. This is a verbal description of what the model is all about. So, and I've highlighted sort of the key terms in here, and I'll explain them in a little bit more detail. So it's a spatially explicit model. What that means in this context is the model knows where the pine is on the landscape, and the model predicts where the beetles are going to be, and then it figures out where they're going. So in that respect, the model is spatially explicit. It simulates the spread then of mountain pine beetle across a forested landscape over a 10 to 20 year time frame. So we've restricted the time frame to a couple of decades or so. It's a cell-based representation of the landscape. Now there's a number of different ways you can represent a spatial landscape. We're taking a very simple approach, and that is namely that we take a landscape and we simply divide it up into cells of an equal size. In this case, there's 16 hectare cells. So really that's what the model sees in terms of its spatial resolution. So that's a term you'll see, is what's the resolution of the model. So there's always 2 elements to that. One is what's the spatial resolution. In this case, it's 16 hectares. Okay. So the attributes then of a single cell refer to the attributes of a 16 hectare cell. The temporal resolution of the model is annual. So we run the model from one year to the next. So that's another element. Now, what the model does then, from one year to the next, is it calculates mountain pine beetle reproduction and associated pine mortality within a cell. And I'll explain a little bit more about, there are specifics about what I mean when we talk about reproduction. One of the elements of reproduction is the R model that Brad talked about this morning. So what this tool does then is it really integrates much of what you saw this morning, the R model being one of those things. And in fact, the mortality data that we showed this morning, some of that represents some of the calibration data that goes into this as well. So we're really trying to capitalize on the learnings that we showed you this morning in terms of structuring this model. The other thing that the model does is it calculates the probability of colonization from an occupied cell to other unoccupied cells, so cells that are occupied by mountain pine beetle. The third thing here is that the model's stochastic. So what does that mean? So that means that we define, stochasticity really is all about defining probabilities of something occurring, but they're really only probabilities. You can't determine ahead of time what an actual outcome is. So for example, it's like
we can predict the probability of a head or a tail if we flip a coin. But I can't tell you ahead of time whether it will be a head or a tail or not. We have to flip the coin to do that. So the model kind of works that way too. There's a stochastic element in this model. It calculates a probability of colonization occurring, all right? Then it's like we roll some dice and we figure out, does that actually occur or not? So that's the stochastic element that's in the model. So it's really the between stand, now I use the term stand, it really should be cell, spread, that's the main focus of the model. But it's important to understand at least some of the detail behind the model as opposed to just showing you the end result of it, because sometimes the devil's in the details, and a lot of what we're trying to capture here, some of the questions that you might have about the model function will help to be resolved when we look at the model in a little more detail. So here's a different way to think about the model. So here's a diagrammatic way to view the model. I've circled, here is a schematic of the life cycle, or the life history of the Mountain Pine Beetle. The model is not interested or does not deal with these elements of the life history. The model really just focuses on the attacking adults. So we have no provision in here for any changes in this element, this aspect of it. The model assumes a univoltine life cycle. So we just assume that there's one single reproductive event within a given year. What the model also accommodates is mortality. So there's a recognition that we have green attack trees and that those trees will transition to the characteristic red color. The model accommodates that. So it deals with, there's a mortality function within the model that deals with mortality within a cell, okay? But the model also looks at mortality between cells, and that's really the dispersal element that's in the model. And so here's just this sort of diagrammatic representation of where the beetle was in 2007, and you can see with the red squares where it's moved in 2008. That's just to illustrate that this is the kind of thing that the model simulates. Here's another way to look at the model. This is my favorite way of looking at it. So for those of you who like equations, this is the only equation you have to look at, I'm pretty sure. But really, I only put this up here at this point to tell you that the model actually, there's really only two components to this tool. First, take note of the fact that it's predicting PIT. You're going to see this term again. So that's the probability of successful colonization of an unoccupied cell, cell I in year T. That's all it is. The probability of colonizing an unoccupied cell. And there's two components to the model to derive this value. Here's the first one, habitat quality in an unoccupied cell. And it's just a way for us to characterize how, let's say, attractive a cell is to mountain pine beetle. If there was no pine in the cell, then it has no habitat quality from a beetle's perspective. Whereas, you know, there are various attributes like we saw this morning, DBH, how much pine there is, those sorts of things affect quality. So that's the first term. The second term is, we'll look at it in its entirety, forget the summation for a moment. The second term is the probability of beetles from an occupied cell infesting an unoccupied cell in a given year. So that's really the core element of the model. And there's three terms in here. There's BEF. It's what we call the beetle export factor. It's an index of how much an unoccupied cell, how many sort of beetles it's going to transport elsewhere, or what proportion of beetles will move out of that cell to other unoccupied cells. And so that's one part of this. Then there's a term G, and what that is, it's a directional scalar for wind. We recognize the fact that wind's an important determinant of where beetles go. So we've got a scalar in there to take care of that. The third component is W.
all that is a weighting factor for distance. What that really means is unoccupied cells that are close to occupied cells have a bigger probability of receiving beetles than if a cell is much further away from the closest occupied cell. So those three terms then are what dictate the probability of an unoccupied cell receiving beetles from somewhere else. The summation sign is the fact that an unoccupied cell can receive beetles from any other occupied cell. So that's summed across all the other occupied cells, and I'll illustrate how that works in a moment. So we've got a simple model here. Good quality habitat in an unoccupied cell, multiplied by the probability that you're going to get beetles from somewhere else that are becoming established in that cell. I'll just show you how these basic terms play out within the model. We won't go into any of the real detail here because it's not that necessary, but I'll just give you an illustration of how the model is structured. So the HQ term, the habitat quality, that's really just the same as the Shorn-Safraniak SSI index. That's really what it is. It's just an index of how attractive a cell is to beetles, potentially. Okay? The BEF, there's two things to note from this. First, the export factor, so this is an index of exporting beetles from an occupied cell. Okay, the first thing to notice is it occurs across a period of time. So it's not as if a cell gets colonized and then the beetles sort of attack the cell and then we're done. It occurs over time. So about a maximum of roughly 10 years. And the second thing to note is the shape of the curve. So beetles attack initially, the index is relatively low because they're just getting going. Now we have some modifiers around this, and once again, the details are not really germane to what we're going to talk about, but it's just the basic notion that beetles get into a cell, they start exporting because they're attacking pine, they're reproducing, and some of what they reproduce gets transported elsewhere. That maxes out around year 2, and then it declines thereafter. So we've got a function that goes up and it goes down. It goes down for a number of reasons. One of them could be that it's just starting to deplete the pine. There's just less host available within a cell. Okay? Here's the G factor. This then is essentially a frequency distribution, a circular frequency distribution of wind direction. Now in this case, what I've shown you is a wind direction that's biased strongly towards wind going from west to east. Okay, but we take when we look at the landscape, we take data from all weather stations all over the landscape. It doesn't always look like this. Sometimes it's bidirectional, it's all over the place. But here's a clear indication that we get very much of a bias in one direction, right? So what that tells us in this case is that beetles that left a particular cell for which this distribution applied would have a strong tendency to go eastward, okay? Now, that tendency, we derive that from this frequency distribution. So what we do is, from the distribution, break this into 8 sectors. From the frequency distribution, simply calculate the relative frequency of wind direction in any given sector. What that gives us the probability then, on an annual basis, of whether the beetle would go off in this direction or in the other direction. And then here's the weighting factor. So what this represents is just that. It's the relative weighting that you give to the chances that an exporting beetle will land in a cell at different distances from the cell that's donating. And it goes down something like that.
Just a question on the wind direction.
Sure.
Why would you look at the wind direction over the period of an entire year? Wouldn't you just look at the wind direction during the flight?
Yes, and I should have been clear on that because that's in fact what we did do. So my apologies for not being clear on that. So this, yeah, the data were derived from that specific period actually. So that's a good point. The weighting factor more or less an exponential decline like this. There's a little bit of sort of, I don't want to say trickery, that's the wrong word. There's a little bit of a, we change this distribution slightly. It doesn't decline what's called monotonically in this distribution. What happens is it goes down to a point and then it plateaus. It's called a fat tail distribution. That's important because it's actually this fat tail distribution that's responsible for those infestations that occur at some distance from the main epicenter of an outbreak. So you know, we see beetles that on occasion will go long distances and establish across the landscape. A big driving factor in that is this weighting by distance that we put in there. And you'll see the result of that in a few minutes. So that's the basic model. These are what the various components look like. How does it actually work? Here's a schematic to illustrate that. Here's the equation, here's our landscape. Here's some cells that were previously colonized by mountain pine beetle. They went from red to gray. They might still be producing beetles, but they might not. Here's our red attack. What the model does is, it calculates a PIT value for every single unoccupied cell within our land base. Okay? So, think of how this works now. Take it for imagine we use this cell. What the model does is it says, okay, what's the habitat quality here? How much pine is there? What's its ZBH, etc. And it calculates that. Then it says, okay, so now we need to know what the BF, G, and WIJ factors or relationships are for every single cell that could contribute to the colonization of that cell. Now we do that for each cell individually, okay? Then we sum up the PIT value from all these other colonized cells, okay? We sum them up, and that gives us the PIT value for that particular cell. The computer does that for every single cell that's unoccupied. Here's an example of that from an actual run. So over on the left here, here's the distribution of pine in our study area. This is the same study area we showed you this morning. We haven't discriminated by quality or anything like that. It's just, does a cell have pine in it? And that's what the blue shows. Down below here, those are the PIT values for all of the cells that have pine in them. Now, what we assumed was that there was an initial colonization event over on this side in some pine. The different colors correspond to different PIT values. Okay, so the light blue here, those are very low PIT values, which you would expect, because these guys are a long way from the actual epicenter, if you will, of infested cells. But you'll notice that there are isolated pockets of more brightly colored cells. And that's the model showing long distance dispersal and establishment. Okay? So that element's built into it. But generally speaking, the PIT values are much higher, much closer to cells that are infested. Okay? So that's a graphical representation of 1 year of the model. So we've calculated all our PIT values for every unoccupied cell. Now what do we do? Well, we have to now figure out from these PIT values which of those cells are actually going to get colonized. They have the potential to be colonized. Now we have to realize that potential. How do we do that? Well, here's an example of our previous landscape. And what I've done is I put cells in here. These grid cells have now been colonized in that next year. Okay, how do we get there? We get there using this function. So this function shows you what's called the PIT threshold value. It varies from 0 to 1. And on this axis, this is a cumulative distribution, okay, that goes from 0 to 1. Now there are two curves here looking at. One's called experience and one's called naive. And they're associated with different provinces. We assume that the pine in Alberta is naive. It doesn't have an evolutionary history with mountain pine beetle. What that means is that the data suggests that it takes less beetles to kill a pine in Alberta than it does in BC. And that's reflected in the difference in these curves. So how does that work? Well, the way you do that is you randomly choose a number from 0 to 1. And let's say you pick 0.4. You go across this distribution to the point where if we're in Alberta, till you reach the line, and then you go downwards to the line, and that gives you your threshold value. It's a random selection. Then what you do is you compare your PIT values to that threshold. Any PIT value higher than the threshold gets colonized. Any PIT below the threshold doesn't. Okay? Now, the reason we have this random element in it is because there are lots of variables that affect the success of mountain pine beetle in a given year that we know nothing about, that are very difficult to model. Could be anything. Spring temperatures, summer droughts, who knows? You know, differences in, there are all sorts of variables that affect and generate stochasticity, uncertainty in the outcomes. And that's what this is really designed to capture. Okay, so that's what the model does, is it randomly chooses, and then from that, it decides or determines which cells actually get colonized. Now, this is not a random event though. It's picked at random, but it's not, because notice that I specifically colored certain cells in a particular way. We have more cells, green, closer to the infestation than further away, which is what you would expect, and that's what we see. The infestation has what's called a diffusive element that's very strong. It's like a wave of beetles that moves onto the landscape. But that's not the only way beetle move. It also has this ability to sort of jump out into the landscape. And that's what's captured here. Okay? So that ability comes from variation, for example, between cells in the quality of pine, how much pine there is, the distance function. There's a number of things that contribute to sort of a lumpiness in the landscape of these PIT values. So it's not a uniform distribution away from the center. It's lumpy, and that's what's reflected here. So that's what we do in 1 year. Run the model, it colonizes these cells. Next year they'll be red, and then next year the model will do the whole process all over again. That's how the model would simulate mountain pine beetle with no control. So we could just run the model now, and we have, and I'll show you the results of that in a minute. But we have to also think about how do we implement control, because what we really want to do with this tool is we want to try to understand what are the implications of control on the spread of mountain pine beetle. Are we having any real effect? The empirical data suggests we were, but what's the magnitude of that effect? We showed on a very limited scale that there's a pretty decent effect, maybe 40% decline. But at a landscape level, is that the case as well? So we need to build some management into that. That's what we'll talk about now. Here's our landscape. Some green attack. Let's implement control. The first thing we need to do is figure out some rules. Computers don't do a lot of good thinking on their own. We need to sort out what the rules are that a computer can use to make some decisions. Those are our implementation rules. We're going to assume the following. Level 1 control is going to occur in cells where an infestation is detected equal to or less than 2 years after establishment. So that's our rule. We're going to apply this rule into the landscape. Level 2 control, and I'll explain what we mean more specifically about these controls in a minute. These are just the implementation rules. Level 2 occurs in cells that are older in terms of infestations, 3 or older, but they have to be equal to or less than 7 kilometers from a road network. So the model then can import a road network as well. So we can characterize the landscape in terms of where the potential infestation cells are relative to the road network. Now, there's empirical data that we've used to sort of calibrate these numbers. They didn't come out of nowhere. It's basically, it's largely true, or sort of it's largely realistic to have this kind of constraint on where you can impose level 2 control and when. Now, if none of these rules apply, then there's no control. Okay, so cells that don't meet these criteria, they don't get any treatment. One thing though that I'm going to talk about in a sec is that infested cells may not be detected. So we talked about detection this morning. So this is another element we're going to add to that now. So we have our implementation rules. Now we have to talk about the application rules. And I want to stress here that these application rules are in fact leading edge focus. So we've structured the model so that we're essentially the computer will sample as if we're using a leading edge approach, even though in the tool we're not defining the various management zones. The computer sort of does that for us. Here's how it works. Here's our landscape. We got to figure out if we're going to treat it. We know what the rules are for treatment. The computer starts, in this case, at the easternmost longitude and the northernmost latitude. It starts sampling downwards in this direction. It says, is this cell infested? Yes or no. If it's not, it moves to the next cell and the next cell until it reaches a cell that is infested. And then there's a decision made, do you treat it or not? So you continue that process, and I'll get to the treatment process in a sec. I just want to emphasize that the computer will continue to do this and sample the entire landscape unless one of two things happens. We have a limit on the total amount of area that can be treated. And that limit is really designed to set the economic constraints on control. We don't have an unlimited budget for control, so we set an area limit that is designed to mimic that notion that there's a cost to control, and that cost limits how much control can occur. In some cases though, very early in infestations, it is technically possible that the computer can sample the entire landscape, simply because there's not a lot of newly infested cells. That is a possibility. Doesn't happen very often though. So, each infested cell has a probability of being detected. Now that probability is high. It's, in fact, in most of our runs it's 90%. So this cell, for example, has an infestation. There's a 90% chance that will be detected within the computer. There's also, though, a subsequent probability of eradication. We talked about that this morning. So even when you treat a cell, it's not always the case that you're 100% successful in eradicating mountain pine beetle from that cell. That probability is closer to about 65%. And those are empirical values that we derived, and we talked about that this morning. And I'll return to this in a few minutes, because we'll look at what the implications are of detection on the spread of beetle. But just be aware that this is the basic process by which we implement control. And there's a final part to this. With level 1 control, either all or a proportion of green attack is removed, and it depends on P eradicate. Okay? With level 2, all trees within a cell are removed. So level 2 control is 100% because we take everything out. Okay? So now what we've done is, we've now established the rules by which we characterize the landscape in terms of what's there with pine. We characterize how mountain pine beetle moves through the landscape, how it reproduces and how it can travel between cells. And now we've defined some rules for control. So now we've got all the elements ready to run the model. So let's just summarize what the model's doing. So MPBSpread accounts for infested trees at the stand or the cell and the landscape level. It accounts for stand susceptibility to mountain pine beetle. It accounts for mortality. reproductive output, including climate effects, and that comes in through the R model, which is integrated into the beetle export factor term. It accounts for habitat connectivity, dispersal, and beetle control. So now we have a tool that we can use to start to ask some interesting questions about what happens when we try to apply those controls at the landscape level. Before we do that, an important step is to validate the model. We should try to figure out and make some way to assess how well the model is performing. In modeling, the ideal thing is not to validate a model on the same data set that you're trying to do some sort of test of. So what we did to validate the model was we used data from BC. Here's the region that we took our validation data set from. Burns Lake in the north, 100 miles south, so it's sort of central, mid-central BC. So the area was hit by a large mountain pine beetle epidemic in '99, and by about 2008 it was all done. They'd basically gone through most of the pine at that point. So the BC survey data from the beginning of the epidemic in '99 was used to seed the model. So what we had was data on where the beetle was in '99. We used that and we said, okay, so let's seed the model with that data. That's the first year of the infestation. We'll start the model. The spread of mountain pine beetle then through the study area was projected for 10 years thereafter, through to 2009. We did 10 runs with the model using the experience pine curve. So if you remember back, there were two curves that I used to set the threshold. We used the one with experience pine because this is BC. We did 10 runs. Why? Because it's a stochastic model. When you run the model twice, you get two different outcomes. Okay, now that's there to reflect the uncertainty in outcome. And that's an important element in this kind of modeling, that you can't model it deterministically. This is a model that's all about uncertainty and risk. So we ran the model for 10 runs. So this gave 10 projections of mountain pine beetle spread for this region. We looked at two metrics, total area infested and the total amount of pine killed. We calculated means and 95% confidence intervals around that. And then we compared what the model did to what the empirical data told us about how that infestation transpired through those 10 years in that area. And here's what the data look like. So what you're looking at then in both graphs is the year of the infestation from the beginning to the end. Here, we plotted the area colonized in millions of hectares. The blue line is the BC survey data. It's empirical data. The red line is the mean from the 10 runs, and then the dotted lines are the 95% confidence intervals. So that's the data for area colonized. This is the data for cumulative pine. It's not perfect, but for a simple model, it's pretty impressive. It does pretty well. There are always going to be features of the model that you're not going to be able to account for. There are some indications, for example, why this line is slightly below this. There was some control efforts that were put into place in the early part of the infestation, which may have depressed the population. We don't really know, but that's a possibility. But from a modeling perspective, given the basic elements of this tool, this is a very good fit to the empirical data. So there's a lot of confidence that we've captured the key elements of what it takes to characterize the behavior of mountain pine beetle on a landscape. Now we can turn our attention to the Alberta scenario. And what we want to look at is we want to try and use the model now to assess the efficacy of control of mountain pine beetle using this tool. We use the same study area you've seen this morning. The reason is, of course, we have high quality data. We have good documentation of the problem and how it developed. So we used data, we used information, some of which you saw this morning to calibrate the tool. We used some information obtained from the TreeNet project. There's a lot of information exchange that went into that as well. So the sum total of that was a tool that we think is quite well calibrated for this region. Annual survey data from 2008 through 2015 were provided by AAF. Using the inventory data and the parameters utilized in the BC validation data set, but adjusting for the fact that we have now got naive pine. So we used that, we used the other threshold curve, the one I showed previously. We applied the model to the study area. The model was seeded with infestation data from 2008, and then we ran it forward for 10 years. Now to begin, we used these two scenarios, and I'll explain them in a little bit more detail, but we ran these two scenarios. Each scenario was run 40 times, so 40 replicates, because we want to understand how much variability there would be around the outcomes. The first scenario was do nothing. We just said, let's imagine there's no control whatsoever. Let's just run the model and see what happens. And then let's do what we call the business as usual case. Now, let's look at this in a bit more detail. The business as usual scenario said that we are going to use level 1 treatment on a maximum of 10,000 hectares on the land base. Okay, so we're going to apply those rules, and the maximum hectares that we're going to treat is 10,000. Level 2 control in 2008, we're going to assume, was a maximum of 1,500 hectares was subject to level 2 control. But through the course of the simulations, we will progressively increase the amount of level 2 control to a maximum of 3,000 hectares. If a cell is infested, when the model is looking to whether or not that we'd apply a control or not, we'll apply a detection probability of 90%. So there's 90% chance that if a cell is infested, it'll be detected. And if it is detected and it's treated, 65% of the time that treatment will be 100% effective. Okay? And we use that curve that I talked about, the naive threshold function curve. So we're going to start off by just doing the simplest comparison. So we ran the model for 10 years, 40 replicates each. So you're going to look at some means and standard deviations. Here's a map. Some of you like looking at maps. Personally, I don't, but here's a map of the outcome. This is the do nothing scenario after 10 years. Here's where we start the model, year 0. It's where we seeded it. So that's based on empirical data. Then we ran the model for 10 years, no control. And we plotted where the mountain pine beetle went. And that's the result of it. Went all over the place. Not very meaningful because it's not comparative. So let's look at the data in a slightly different way. It's a busy graph, but we'll walk through it. Year on the bottom, area colonized on the y-axis. Okay, there's a bunch of lines here. Here's the survey data. That's the empirical data from the actual surveys. Now, there's another dotted line here as well. Some areas were surveyed in some years, but not subsequently. For whatever reason, the survey stopped. What we did in this case was that we extrapolated what we thought the area colonized would be based on the prior survey data, and that's that dotted line here. So here's the empirical data. Here's what the model says. If you do nothing, what will happen over 10 years to the area that's colonized by mountain pine beetle? And as in the past, these fine dotted lines here are the confidence limits around that mean. Okay? So clearly the model indicates that things are going to get totally out of control if you don't do anything. If you apply business as usual, here's the line here. There's a significant effect, according to the model, of applying these types of controls to the landscapes, probably around a 40% reduction. Now that's interesting because we saw from the empirical data this morning that we had roughly the same proportional decline. So the model's giving us results consistent with what we see as the impact from the empirical data. Okay? But from a modeling perspective, what's also encouraging is that the data fairly well tracks, the simulated, the projected data, fairly well tracks the model data. So, sorry, did I say that right? The model data tracks the empirical data fairly well. But the key sort of take-home message here is that according to this model, we're having a significant impact on the decline or the spread of mountain pine beetle due to business as usual control practices. So that's an encouraging thing. What can we conclude from this then? Well, as I said, it looks like the survey data matches reasonably well to the business as usual scenarios. That's good because that's what those data reflect. Control makes a difference. So we've got two independent lines of evidence now. We have empirical data which indicates that at a very localized level at least, under a very specialized analysis, right? Think of the masking we had to do this morning to isolate confounding variables in order to demonstrate an effect of control. We have that empirical data, but we also now have modeling support for that. So we've integrated much of the information we learned this morning into this tool. It's giving us the same kind of results. Control efficacy is not immediately apparent though. This is important when you're trying to derive a sampling program to actually evaluate the efficacy of what you're doing. Because notice that early on, there's not a lot to discriminate between these different approaches. So from a sampling perspective, it's very difficult to demonstrate that there's any meaningful change in infestation as a result of control very early on. If you do a statistical power analysis, for example, if you're familiar with that technique on these data, it would show you that you would have to do a tremendous amount of sampling before you have enough power to discriminate between these two approaches. But what we do see is that over time, we're definitely getting an effect. And it's easier to demonstrate. So that says something about when you look for treatment effects, when do you expect to find them? It takes time to manifest itself. So that was the first set of runs we did. Pretty excited about it. Looks good. Business as usual. It's having an impact. The benefit of a tool like this is you're not constrained by just what's being done. You can ask what-if questions. And so we did that. We did a whole bunch of what-if questions. Now, here's a whole listing of some of the different things we did. And I'm going to highlight just a couple of them, but I want to just give you a flavor for the nature of the types of things we did. So here's the two runs you looked at. Then we did another run where we doubled the area of L1 control. Okay, level 1 control. We doubled it to 20,000 hectares instead of 10. And what we did was we ended up enhancing level 2. Well, we started at the same 1,500 hectares, but by the time we got to the end of the runs, we'd gone to 6,000 instead of 3,000 hectares. So we did that. Here's a run where all we did was double level 2, kept level 1 the same, and so on. Here's where we increased the detection rate from 90 to 95%, and the eradication rate from 65 to 80%. Then there's a final run down here, and I'll point this one out because then we're going to look at this one. Here's kind of the Cadillac version. We did everything. Threw it all in. We increased double level 2, double level 1, level 2 went doubled to 6 and then up to 12. We increased detection and eradication. We basically threw a ton of money at the problem to see what kind of effect that had. Now, I'm not going to show you all these. There's actually 55 various combinations we could show from this. I'm not going to do that. We're going to look at only a couple because there are some trends that immediately emerge. It's all on one graph, but we'll walk through it. Area colonized against you, yeah.
You might have already explained this, and forgive me if you did. Are level 1 and level 2 treated the same?
Treated the same.
P eradicate on level 1 is 0.65, but the P eradicate on level 2 is 100%?
That's correct. So a level 2 control is applied to a whole cell, and we go in and simply take all the pine out. So in that case, there's no uncertainty about the outcome. Whereas that's applied to level 1. That's correct.
So for the level 2, does that area removed contribute to the area colonized on the y-axis?
Does the
area that's clear cut, is that treated as colonized or just
no.
It's taken out.
Yeah, it's taken out.
Okay.
Yeah. So, area colonized against year. Now I've just put the means on here. There's no variation. It'll clarify the relationships. Here's the do nothing curve. You've seen that one already. Here's another curve you've seen. It's buried underneath, but it's this black line here. It's the business as usual curve. Okay? And as I showed you earlier in the previous slide, it's about a 40% decline or so in area colonized. Okay? This pink line is what happens when you double level 2. Okay? You double level 2 control, you leave level 1 the same. There's no improvement. Okay? It's not making a difference. You're just business as usual is basically the same. Okay? Here's a couple other lines. They're essentially the same. But what's important is that this line here, the dotted line, the blue one, that's what happens when you double level 2. Level 1. You keep level 2 the same. So doubling level 1 gives you a slightly better return. You do get an improvement from doubling level 1, but keeping level 2 the same over the business as usual. This, whatever color that is, fuchsia, no, green. That's increased detection, increased eradication. You keep the level 1 and level 2s what they were under business as usual, but you just put your effort into increasing detection and eradication. You get a benefit. It's about the same as doubling level 1. Here's the Cadillac version down here. This is when you double level 1, you start off doubling level 2, and then you go to doubling it again over 4 times basically at the end of how you started it. And you increase eradication or detection and eradication. You got to boost again. So in a sense, given the current sort of strategy to mountain pine beetle control, this is probably about as good as it's going to get. Okay, with the current approach. Now, what's encouraging furthermore is this is almost getting to an asymptote. It's almost flattening. So you're kind of almost getting to the point here where you're actually limiting the spread of the beetle. Here we're still seeing a rise, right, continuing through time, but you can just about get there with probably a whole lot more money, right, because level 1's expensive. We heard about that this morning. But at the very least, so at this stage, of course, we haven't talked about economics. But from just the point of view of, the impact on area colonized, without worrying about cost, now we're starting to learn where the relative benefits are of both what you're doing now and what you can do to change things up a little bit. The conclusion from this is allocating greater resources to control efforts needs to be selective. We know business as usual works. At least we're starting to get some confidence that it's working. But just throwing money at the problem is not going to really get you there necessarily. Because different enhancements in control give you different returns. Now, granted, there's no cost to this yet. But nevertheless, I think that's the message. Now we can ask another question of the model. And this is something we sort of touched on this morning. How important is early control in dictating long-term outcomes? We heard all about how, poor Allan's message as a 10-year-old was ignored, probably because of age bias. But, this message has been played out before, right? In many different circumstances. We need to get at this early, we need to get at it fast and hard. Okay? Is that actually true? What does the model suggest is the outcome of that thought process? I'm going to present this question in a slightly different way. Because when we talk about the importance of early control, the question we're really asking ourselves is, what's the impact in the long term? What's the source of this variation? Where does that come from? How come there's so much variation in these outcomes? Why is it that we're seeing so much uncertainty in the outcomes? Because really that's what this is uncertainty, right? Why is that? What's the relationship? Is there a relationship with what happens early on versus and what happens later? Here's an interesting graph. What this shows you here is the pine that's infested in year 1 of these simulations. Okay, so these are the same 40 simulations we did on the same land base. So what I plotted here was how much pine was infested in year 1 of the infestation. So we see the model and we run it for 1 year. And then we figure out how much pine was infested. Then we run the model forward in time for 10 years and we plot how much pine was infested after 10 years. So we plot one against the other. What you can clearly see here is there's a strong relationship between how much pine's infested in the first year versus what you can expect over the long term. So what this tells us then is that there's two ways, there are a number of ways that sort of derive information from this. First, the variation here translates directly into variation here, right? That's the first thing you can conclude, because that's what that linear relationship shows you. Another thing to look at is, notice the slope. It's over 5. So it tells you that a unit increase in this axis, pine infestation here, gives you a 5-fold increase in what's going to come down the road, right, after 10 years. So this is pretty compelling evidence to suggest that you need to get at this thing early. Because if you let it get out of hand, you'll pay the cost further down the road. Now, if you're really a critical thinker, you might say, yeah, but you know what? I think that's a spurious relationship. Because maybe it is, maybe if we just have low infestation rates at the beginning and we don't do anything, we'll have low infestation rates in the long run. Maybe really your controls don't have anything to do with long-term outcomes. We can test that idea with the model. So I made those points already. Here is the do-nothing case. Exactly the same output, same scenarios, except now there's no controls. And we got a very different outcome. So we plotted pine infested in year 1, long-term outcomes, okay? This line I just drew by hand. I just wanted to illustrate the relationship. There's not much there, is what that should tell you. And in fact, what it's telling you is that there's almost no information content in sampling in the early period of the infestation if you don't do anything. Because there's a pretty darn good chance that you can start off with almost nothing and after 10 years end up with a massive problem. Conversely, there's a relatively weak relationship here. So what this serves to do is it serves to highlight the importance of control. It's a different way to think about it. And it emphasizes the importance of getting at this thing early, because if you don't, you end up with a problem that's largely out of control in as little as 10 years. Now, we can learn a bit more about this though. So, by looking at it this way. Early intervention is important to limiting beetle spread. Essentially what you're doing is you're buying time. You can think about it that way. A decision to wait and see. So in other words, you hear about this, well, we're just going to see what happens. You know, we don't have a lot of beetles right now. Maybe we won't have a lot in the future. The decision to wait and see can be costly. You can see that here. Look. We could start off at the same level of infestation if we impose controls or if we do nothing. But look where we end up, at about 4 times the level, at the very best case, than if we impose controls. So if you're being risk averse, you'd go with this route. Because if you go this road, you're taking a big chance that you could end up somewhere up here. And the chances are really good that you're going to end up somewhere up here in a much worse off problem. So that's the first thing to consider. The second point is that at some point, controls got no impact on spread. So look at it over here. At some point, here's the first, if your infestation, you really end up in the same point up there as you do down here. So that implies both that control is important, but it suggests that at some stage, the infestation, if it begins at a high enough rate, is extremely difficult to control. Now this kind of phenomenon sort of manifests itself repeatedly on the landscape, right? We've applied this to sort of one single study area, but this game is being played everywhere on the landscape. Every new area goes through this very same process. So we can tackle the problem in parts because we can reallocate our effort across the landscape to try to avoid this in favor of that, and thereby have an overall impact on the growth of the population at a provincial level. Now that's something we haven't done yet, but it's a point that's worth keeping in mind, that this plays itself out all the time, year in and year out, in new areas. Let's review sort of what we've covered. BAU reduces infestation relative to do nothing. Increasing level 1 control reduces infestation, whereas increasing level 2 control has almost no impact. Point 3, increasing levels 1 and 2, along with increasing detection and eradication, generates the greatest decline in the infestation area. Point 4, under do nothing, low early infestation is a poor predictor of long-term outcomes. If you do nothing, you can't use that as reliable information that you're going to be okay in the long term, because there's too much uncertainty around that. There's relatively little information you can gain from in the early stages of infestation if you're not going to do anything about it. Point 5, control can be very effective when initial infestations are low. This is the time to get at it. Point 6, control effectiveness diminishes in direct relation to an initial infestation size, but it's still useful in limiting total infestation. or how much pine is killed. And finally, control measures are largely ineffective when the early infestation rate exceeds, in this case, about 175,000 hectares. So with a relatively simple tool, we've managed to confirm a lot of the information that we talked about this morning about the relative efficacy of control. We've scaled it up now, so now we can explore it on a much broader scale. We've got a simple tool to do that, and so we've come a long way now towards informing strategies towards mountain pine beetle control. Now, Allan mentioned that the project's drawing to a close, so we still have a couple of things to do, and I'll just sort of highlight that now. We need to do a bit more work to develop a decision support tool to evaluate the full suite of runs conducted with MPBSpread. I mean, what I've done is distill these runs for you and shown you the highlights. It's possible that we can try to put this in a more user-friendly format. That's obviously limited under this particular funding cycle, but we'll do as much as we can so that this tool can get into the hands of people who actually can use it, and it'll help as a decision support aid. The second thing we need to do is to add some economic metrics and assess the relative benefits of the scenarios, not just from the point of view of the timber resource itself, but we need to add the economic costs associated with control, because of course they're not equal. Different control measures have different costs, and that's going to affect the bottom line. So we've started that work. I mean, we will go some way towards attaching some costs to that. That might change some of the conclusions. But it's nevertheless an important step. We need to have a more comprehensive decision support tool that goes beyond just timber values. That's all I have to say for the moment. So I'm going to ask Allan to come up now, and we're going to do what we did all morning. We're going to add a little more perspective to this. But if you have any questions at this point about the model, this is a good time, or you can see me later.
I have just one question. I know you've validated the model using BC data, but we have an area of the province that doesn't see much control activity, right? And so that's the east or the north area. So was there any consideration about using that in combination with the mortality data that we have?
Yeah.
That Brooks has taken, and using that to also validate the model, so we have something for Alberta. Also realizing that you're doing that because of this experience behind
Well,
too, but
no, not necessarily. I mean, it's we went to a location where we could get high quality data. We had information that we could use to both develop the model, calibrate the model, and apply it to a landscape. The model's completely portable. We just need data, and if you've got that, we can do it. Unfortunately, under this funding cycle, we're pretty much tapped out, but clearly a tool like this in the Alberta context, sort of 100% in terms of validation would be fabulous. I mean, that's.
And do you think that would provide some useful information?
Oh yeah, I mean, it definitely would. That's.
One of our future things that we'd like to do would be to take this to the whole province. But our initial push at this was restricted to the FMAs that provided the RI data to us. So that's why we weren't anywhere else other than the areas that we've worked.
Sorry, can you tell me
Oh, AVI, or what do you guys call it?
AVI? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, BC is BC is VR, Vegetation Resource Inventory data.
But Carol, you mentioned the mortality data, because I was asking Aaron about that recently, and he said that it wasn't ready yet. That was a couple of months ago. Yeah, or so.
Yeah, I think that data has been made available to all industry and stuff like that, so I think that it's
Okay.
we're talking about the same thing, right?
Just to be clear.
Now I'm going to start sending emails every day. Is it ready yet? Yes.
Right here and then.
Yeah, I have lots of questions, but I'll try to limit it. So you said you used a 400 by 400 meter
Cell.
ground or cells.
Yeah.
Can you just explain how you came to that size?
Well, I mean, there's always a trade-off in terms of, from a modeling perspective, you need to characterize a landscape. And so there's always a trade-off between the ability to do that in terms of the detail you add to a tool, right? And the amount of computing or processing power that's necessary to sort of characterize the changes in that landscape. So, you know, if we won't go to a finer scale resolution, we end up with many more cells that need to be processed. So your processing time goes up, and you know, to gain that increase in resolution. You don't always necessarily get a better conclusion out of it either. You know, there's a sweet spot where you're trading off that level of resolution that's biologically significant, and then the practicalities of you know, scaling up a model to, say, the provincial scale. So that's kind of more or less the decision that goes into the scale at which you choose to run a tool.
Was it compared to actual polygon sizes?
Yeah, I mean, Brad did most of the
other thing is when you look
post-processing
at
on
the
that.
inventory data, the resolution of that doesn't get much finer than that, right? In terms
No.
of the quality of the data, you won't be able to discern what's out there
Yeah.
much, you know.
And I guess the other question I'll ask is, so your model parameterized the detection probability at was about 90%, right, in the sort of default set of runs?
Yeah.
Whereas we just saw that it was around 65%. Would you re-parameterize it, or would you just accept that the model says 90, but we know now?
No. There's two elements to that. So you have a cell that's occupied by Mountain Pine Beetle, okay? There's a probability of detecting the fact that that cell's been occupied. You think of it as detecting red attack if you want, right? That's high. I mean, you can see it. It might not be 100%, but it's pretty darn high. Then you go in and you actually try to deal with it, right? You go in with your controls. That's where we're roughly 65% effective. That's what the empirical data suggests.
Green attack detection. Yeah.
Green attack detection, yeah. So that's the distinction there, right? If you combine both probabilities, you know, then you end up with 55% or somewhere in that neighborhood, right?
Clive, could I just get you to summarize the questions if they're a little bit quieter for the back? I know it's hard.
Bad B.
Clive,
Yeah.
question.
Yes, sorry.
So my question relates to that. So level 2 in your model, so that was harvesting, so that assumes like 100% eradication, right?
Correct.
So I was a little surprised by the results, where I don't know if maybe I misunderstood them.
Right.
But the results of level 2 did not show much
Yeah,
impact.
why is that, right?
So yeah, can you talk to that?
So there's a couple of reasons
Summarize
why.
the question.
Yeah. So to summarize the question, why is it that the level 2 effect was relatively, well, wasn't there a level 2 effect anyway? When you changed that level, we changed level 2, why didn't you see an effect relative to level 1? There's a couple of reasons for that. One is just the fact that in absolute terms, there's just less level 2 that's applied to the landscape. So overall, in absolute terms, you're just going to have less of an impact. However, there are some intricacies in the way the model works as well that would have an impact. Level 2 tends to occur behind the main leading edge of the infestation. It occurs in older cells. And remember, the beetle expansion factor goes up and then it goes down. So now you're really you're using level 2 attack, right? Level 2 control on cells that are already having a relatively lower impact on the overall beetle load on the landscape, right? So it's that sort of combination of a couple of different factors that interact that sort of negate the relative impact of level 2 control.
Yeah. And our empirically derived rule base also sets that up in the sense that level 2 is only available where you can actually access a stand from the road.
That's true as well.
You know, so that's the important part of it as well. So there's
And
a time and a
stands.
space component to it. Older stands that are accessible, which effectively, and the area that we assigned to level 2 was right out of the data that we received from licensees.
Yeah.
So in the explanation you just gave, is that why your gold-plated version
level 2 did have an impact because you started out with a higher amount of level 2. Yeah, and see. then went to a much more significant. Yeah, there's a couple of things that you're able to do. So when you increase the amount of control, you know, both levels 1 and 2, and you combine that with increased detection and increased eradication, then you sort of make you'd make a much take fuller advantage of the control efforts that you do impose, right?
So level 2 does have an impact at that level, but you're starting at a much more significant.
Yes, but it's not as significant as level 1 though, despite that, for the reasons I gave earlier, because there are structural limitations in the model on the relative impact of level 2.
We have tested that a little bit, and we need to test it a little bit further, but I think most of that, the impact in the Cadillac version comes from doubling level 1,
Yeah.
which is a smaller bit from the increased level 2.
And it makes a lot of sense too, John, in the sense that, you know, level 1 is capable of going into remote areas and removing beetles. You just can't get a harvester into a remote area and remove beetles. So that whole idea of being early and aggressive is only can be accomplished by way of a level 1 approach.
Did you get a sense of how important the wind term was in the model? Did you try fitting the model without that and looking at what happens?
That's an interesting question. I mean,
Is it one you'll repeat?
yes, it is one of them. It's such a good question. Let me repeat that so I understand it. So, is there a what's the relative impact of incorporating wind into the model as opposed to having no wind? We haven't fully, to be honest with you, I haven't fully explored that. However, there is historical precedent in including it. I can give you that answer. So we know that some of the previous modeling work, particularly that Andrew Fall did, they didn't have a wind component built into it, a really strong directional component. And in some cases, they didn't get a good fit of the predictions of the model to the empirical data. And so there was quite a bit of hand waving around, well, why is that? One of the arguments that came up was, well, we didn't actually have a wind component built in. So we didn't get to directionalize sort of the flow of beetles into the landscape. So we sort of have, that's built in on first principles. But yeah, I mean, the relative impact would be something that would be interesting to look at.
Yeah, because as a tool for projecting into the future, the wind part is maybe the one part that you won't be able to anticipate really at all.
We're certainly.
I just want to add one thing to that. We did look, when we were looking at the distance that offspring traveled from parents, we analyzed it using vector directions as well, and we found that if you go with the wind, like the directions going with the wind, they were going farther. And so that was part of the way we calibrated that.
Yeah, I mean, it'll funnel beetles.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the impact it has, right? It funnels beetles in a particular direction. But yeah, so it does have an impact.
Janice Hodge asks, what do you mean by increased detection? Aerial surveys, ground surveys, or geographic area?
So in the model, we don't discriminate between, so detection then is detection, in the model it's detection of red attack. So, but we don't discriminate the method or the means by which that occurs, where the model only specifies a probability of that occurring.
I think the point too, I know where Janice is coming from because it's a bit of a mixture of terminologies, and the detection as we see it is the aerial survey of the red attack trees, which we assume is 90% effective, which is a conservative estimate on our part, as we've heard already this morning, which is probably higher than that. And so we began at 90% red attack detection, and we actually chose a scenario where we upped that to 95% just to see what the difference would be. The other part of the point being the eradication part, which is also has in it a component of detection, that being the green attack detection, which then follows from the initial red attack detection. And that is derived entirely from the numbers that we showed this morning, at roughly 65% of those trees that are actually found around the red trees that are green attack currently infested are actually dealt with.
When in your chart you had do nothing and business as usual, and both of the graphs were going up. So I'm just assuming that the do nothing, it's obviously going to flatten out when all the trees are dead. Like you said, you flew around and you haven't seen any green trees. But with the other one going up, isn't it a matter of like when do they meet? Like when are they both gonna be like, if we, yeah, we were really successful, but it's still going up, so blow it on for 10 more years and we're both in the same spot where we're all red and dead. Is that logical or no?
No, sorry.
No, go.
Essentially, the mountain pine beetle population. Oh, hang on a sec. What is the what is the possibility of the business as usual and the do nothing scenarios ultimately converging at a point where all trees are dead? The response I would make to that has to do with the way in which mountain pine beetle dynamics work. It's a system based upon positive feedbacks, which means that the more beetles you have, the more trees become susceptible. And that's what happens during an epidemic by definition. And so when you get a very, very large outbreak, the positive feedbacks will ensure that there's a lot of beetles out there, and enough, in fact, to start killing trees that they wouldn't normally kill if the populations were smaller. So ultimately, if you let the populations go and become huge, the outcome is going to be a lot worse if you constrain that population from growing at that very rate, because ultimately they're not going to reach that positive feedback point at which all trees are killed. So let's say, for example, we're talking an area that is dominated by a whole bunch of large trees with a component of smaller trees in your typical sort of age class structure. What you would anticipate in an area that was hit and under the do-nothing scenario is you'd have 90% mortality. But an area where the population was slowed down, it would probably run out of steam and collapse at maybe 60 or 70% mortality. Okay, and indeed that's exactly what we see in BC. If you look at experienced areas versus naive areas, typically 60-70% mortality of stems versus 90% in areas that only were recently invaded.
And can you comment on a timeline, like in do nothing? But and I saw a chart. Maybe I just assumed something, but I thought you were pointing out it in 10 years. If you did nothing, all your trees are going to be red in 10 years. Did I extrapolate wrong off one of your charts?
No, we didn't, there's no, the way the data were plotted does not imply that you've got complete mortality.
Okay. But have you seen that in BC? Like you must have a really good understanding of what nothing looks like over a long time.
Well, I mean, you just go up and around if you go in the corridor between Prince George and Vanderhoof, you'll see what do nothing looks like. It's really hard to find a live pine tree in that area.
And then what kind of timeline did that take? I guess the reason I'm asking is, would it be it's another way of looking at, and I don't know if this makes any sense, but we're really concentrating on spread as opposed to what it left behind. So a do nothing, and again, it's just strictly looking, is this working? So we've had a 10-year period, we see do nothing, 100% red, a 10-year period, and instead of looking at the trees we actually infected, we look at how many trees are left in the landscape. Another way of looking at it to compare. That's all I'm getting at.
Yeah, that's a good
We actually have that output, the percent mortality and so on.
Yeah.
There. We just didn't show that yet. Partly because we were waiting to get some of the data from the survey about that, but it's an output in the model.
Have you done the reverse of adding level 1? Have you looked at if we cut level 1 in half?
Yeah, we have actually. So the way to think about it is let's reverse the question. So I need to repeat this. So have we looked at having the level 1 control? And the answer is yes. What you get is diminishing returns actually on control. So if you you have your business as usual, your 2 lines, the level, having it gets you about 2/3 of the way there. Doubling it again gives you a little bit more of a boost. Doubling it beyond that, increases again. So it's diminishing returns, but yes, we have looked at that. It's not less than half by having it, it's slightly greater. So we have looked at that.
Just going back to Alan's previous point, something you might add too is by spreading out the amount of mortality, you're also spreading out that age class distribution 100 years down the road, so you're not going to let a big bump behind come through that's hard to separate through.
Yeah. And the other thing to remember is that it's always important to also consider what happens, say, within a cell, right? And what happens between a population of cells. So the model will often not kill off every single cell within a particular region, because, you know, the epidemic it sort of moves across that landscape, and then what's left behind are cells that have decreasing value from the perspective of mountain pine beetle production. So there are still isolated pockets that don't necessarily get infested, right? And then sort of the main thrust of the population kind of moves on. So there's sort of two components there that, you know, you have to keep sort of separate. There's what happens at the cellular or the stand level, and then there's this population of stands.
Maybe I missed it, but when a cell becomes infested, do you assume that that's 100% killed?
No.
Or what?
No, we don't. There's sort of, we deal with it, the initial infestation rate is weighted actually by the probability of infestation. So we have some allowances there for early mortality, and then we have a function that nets down pine survival over time. So the answer is no. You know, there's not 100% mortality. It's progressive over time, and it's weighted by the PIT value actually initially.
We did our best to actually capture the dynamics of infestation, you know, at sort of a stand scale in the cells, meaning that it starts, it peaks, and it declines.
When you talked about the validation that you did the work on in BC, it seemed to work pretty good as far as like hectares infested and things like that. Did you guys look at the sort of the geographic spread and how it sort of unfolded?
Not really. I mean, we were focused more on some relatively simple metrics around just model performance, and so it's difficult to calculate metrics. We have other metrics that we did use, but you know, I think they gave us more or less the same conclusions. We basically picked out, you know, two that were consistent with other sorts of, you know, we measured volume to area ratios and all sorts of other things, the standard spatial metrics you would measure in any kind of distribution. So we did do that, but you know, the results were fairly consistent.
One of the difficulties with doing that is because of the stochastic nature of the model and the 10 or 15 different runs that you do, or even more, it goes different places at different times, right? So which one do you can?
Yeah.
Or nature is only one version of one. You know, we don't have, as far as we know, alternate natural systems.
Universes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing, other two, Mike, I was a little floored when I first saw these results because, you know, effectively we ran that validation and produced those outputs, which are far closer to reality than what was being produced by MPBSpread and the annual reports that were coming out of, you know, by Adrian Walton and whatnot. You know, we nailed it, and I thought, you know, something's wrong here. You know, we can't be this good. But no, it was a simpler approach that produces a more realistic outcome.
Does your do nothing scenario account for the idea that was brought up earlier about interspecific competition kind of pushing down populations and restricting them? Or is it just...
If it does that, it would do it indirectly. There's not a direct, you know, it's, as I said, it's not a population model. It's not a model that directly accounts for competition for space or, you know, mate selection or that sort of thing. So if it does, it would manifest itself probably through the mortality data as much, you know, you'd be closer to commenting on that, Allan.
Yeah, it also would show up in our use of the predicted R values, right? Because what we do is we predict an R value based upon the inventory data that is then assigned to that cell, which gives us an expectation of the productivity of that cell, which we then carry forward to produce that beetle export factor. So effectively the cell tells us how many beetles it should be able to produce. And so we build that right out of the empirical relationships that we've already established, which I would assume would capture some of the competition aspects at the higher end of things.
If you were to run your model in parallel with a meteorological model that might prescribe random events, such as really freezing temperatures, I mean, is that possible, and how would that affect your forecasting of spread? Because I'm sure that if we end up with a really, really cold events on occasion, that may disrupt your hypotheses about which way the
Yeah.
beetle is, or how far the beetle is going to spread.
Sure. So, there's several ways to approach a question like that. So, you want me to repeat? So, if we reran the model with meteorological data used as input or just sort of to the model, let's say we use it as input to the model.
We do use it as input, actually.
I know we do. So if we run the model, I built the model. And if we, there's two ways to think about this. I mean, it's incorporated into the reproductive component, right? So there's a climate factor built into that, right? But then, there's one way you could directly run a model forward through time and take some simulations of those variables that we input into the model, right? That's one way to do that. If we had something on, say, the question around wind direction, and if we could make some assumptions about how that sort of event would change, we could arguably bring that in too. I think that if we were going to if we're going to run this model more than a decade or two into the future, we need to start considering more than just sort of the basic climate features that we've got built in already, right?
Could you refresh my memory what those climatic features are?
Brad,
Yeah, so what we did, most of it has bearing on the R model right now.
Okay,
So when we have information about the minimum winter temperatures and how those impact the R values on average across the landscape. And so what we can do then is we take into account the elevation and the latitude of every cell, and then it's the habitat quality, and all those factors take into account the amount of beetles that will be produced in a given cell. And then, so for the years that we go beyond the current climate, and what we know about climate is we just draw from, so we have like 8 years where we had climate data, then we just draw from those randomly. So it could be any one of those years that it picks out in the future. But you could do any kind of different, you could do different climate change scenarios if you like into the future, where one where you're going to have more cold winters, or one where you're going to have fewer cold winters, and then you could project those and see how it has, what the impact would be.
Yeah, I was just thinking about these extreme weather events that just, there's no way of projecting based on past occurrences.
Yeah.
And so I was wondering how that might be factored in, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's how we would traditionally run, a series of climate change scenarios and then draw from that distribution. But if we're going to go up further in time than 2 decades, then I'd say we need to incorporate other factors as well, because we're going to see a change in the host population just due to growth rates. There'll be other weather impacted factors on the pine's ability to, fight off beetle. There are a number of features that you sort of have to add into the tool. Now we have other models that are capable of doing that we could bolt into this. So that's not a conceptual obstacle. We already have those tools, but yeah, it's at this point the short answer is yeah, we could do that.
Is the level 2, is it simulating the harvest of infested stands, or is it looking at susceptible?
No, so you're anticipating a little bit about if we get to sort of the next steps. We really don't address the HPS, the Healthy Pine Strategy, and the harvesting explicitly as a strategy. It's sort of encompassed within the level 2 harvesting. Now, but the level 2 is directed towards infested stands. So that's the short answer, is level 2 applies to, and it has to meet those criteria of age and distance. Once it does, that's a level 2 analysis. That's a level 2 control.
And for the model's sake, we actually took the data that was delivered to us through the licensees, the FMAs, in terms of how much level 2 harvesting they were doing. And that's what sort of parameterized it for us, in terms of distance from roads and age and area and so on and so forth.
Did you happen to make a 20-year, 15 or 20-year business as usual run? Because the runs in here seem to be up to 10.
They're up to 10. I don't think we've done that yet.
No.
We haven't.
There's no reason
No.
why we couldn't, we just haven't.
Yeah. I mean, once again, I'm comfortable doing a 10-year simulation because, we know we're dealing already with climate change impacts. 20 years is kind of starting to get outside my comfort zone, because now we're starting to bring in other kinds of factors that we haven't accommodated within the tool. Now, but you know, if someone came and said, well, we actually need these longer term simulations for planning purposes, as I said earlier, you know, that's certainly doable, just not at this point. So, but yeah, there's no reason conceptually why we couldn't just put 20 in instead of 10.
It's important to note too that our original question that we were asking was whether or not the slowly spread strategy had some impact on mountain pine beetle in Alberta, right? So, you know, the original question, yes, we can look into the future, but we didn't do that because we were first required to answer the question about the past.
So could it be used on a smaller scale with tighter resolution to, say, plan for an FMA or something instead of just the whole landscape? Could you do that over a 10-year period to maybe help prioritize?
There's no, I mean, conceptually, there's no reason why you couldn't use it on a finer scale. The challenges are going to be that we make explicit assumptions about how much immigration there is into the study area, and we can account for immigration, but at this stage we're making the assumption that immigration is not a significant factor in driving the empirical dynamics that are measured, right, in terms of spread. So if your FMA is, you know, if you're reasonably confident that your FMA is not going to be subject to wholesale immigration, you know, ongoing, you could use the tool right now. We could account for immigration, as I said, but you know, Allan hinted at some of the complications of immigration in the sense that, you know, at first glance you tend to think, okay, so there's, you know, there's new beetles coming in, they've got the same reproductive capacity as, you know, the beetles that are inherently there now. You know, that's not the case necessarily. You know, you get immigration that never really gets going for one reason or another. So we would need to sort that out, because otherwise I can tell you that if you get a large scale immigration and you're continually building that into the tool, you know, you're gonna, I mean, it may be reality, but you're gonna certainly get a population of beetle that takes off. But yeah, the short answer is we could do that with the tool currently.
I have a question about how easy is it to insert new information? So as companies, if you're doing it on an FMA scale, companies get new ABI every 10 to 15 years. How easy is that to plug into this model?
That's relatively easy. I mean, our programmer was, he's been pretty good about sort of building interfaces that allow us to interact with the tool at the background level, so in terms of bringing information into it. So yeah, you know, that's certainly doable. You can certainly update the model and, you know, revise the projections, you know, with new data, certainly.
And he's already written the scripts for all of our areas. He just puts a new data set in.
Yeah.
Sorry, not a question. I just wondered if you could go back one slide. There's a couple of the conclusions I wouldn't mind writing down.
Okay. Is there,
Maybe it's just
are these guys gonna get, do they have access to the slides?
With your permission, we can post them on the FRI website.
I'm gonna defer to Allan on that.
I have no issues with that. Yeah. I mean, we're here to help. So yeah, I don't want to take it away and not let you see it again.
We would let you out of the room.
It's another question here, Clive.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that you found your model outcomes were more accurate in terms of like casting, I guess, than Adrian's.
Yeah.
Maybe describe a little bit more about that?
Well, I don't know how familiar you are with what became the huge scale BC attempts at projecting where the outbreak was going in terms of impacts. Do you guys remember those reports that were coming out all the time? Yeah, and every year they revise and rerun, and what they wound up with was, you know, their curve was starting to. They always had to adjust it because they weren't on with it. You know, they were always either I think it was mostly overestimating where stuff was going. I think that was mostly what was happening. And to be honest with you, I haven't looked into the guts of it. I was involved early on when that MPB cellular got started, and I do remember sort of how that was built in and what they were doing. But where it went from there in terms of being used for a full-scale provincial projection, I'm not altogether certain. But my surprise ultimately came out when we looked at these curves and suddenly said that we're well within the confidence intervals right at the throughout the entire run, and certainly by the end point, which is something that Adrian Walton's stuff never led to. Yeah.
Because those models focused a lot on ecological variables of the sites,
Yep.
and it seems like yours a lot less, more on stand characteristics and sort of the mechanistic processes about beetle.
Absolutely, absolutely, and really that the approach to the model was informed by the earlier studies we did in terms of the empirical relationships, where we couldn't relate much of what was going on in terms of mountain pine beetle productivity to these site and stand scale metrics. DBH certainly was important, and some of the climate and other things played into that. But for example, right off the top, when we began to look at SSI, which I would have assumed would have told me how many beetles would be expected to come out of a stand, and we got nothing, I was very surprised by that. So I think in a lot of respects, and the modelers around here will tell you that sometimes simpler is better. Oftentimes.
I just had one comment. There was a question about running it forward in time. It's important too to remember that we started with the 2008 conditions and then projected forward from there. The other thing we could have done is you could have just, and I think this is what they did in the BC case, is you could reseed the model and started, let's say, from every year, just start over. Okay, we know it's here now, let's just run it from there. And we know it's here now, let's run it from there. That's something we could do, but we haven't done that yet. But because our initial question was how effective was the tree.
Exactly. And to expand from that, I guess a logical thing would be take the situation we're in 2016 and run it forward in terms of either continued BAU or some other alternative. Yeah.
Any more online questions?
No. We scared them all away?
Said no questions from me, great discussion.
Okay, great. Okay, so I wanted to sum up a little bit with just a few points, and then, let me just sort of go through what I have here, just to reiterate sort of where we got to. So we certainly know, and we can say quite confidently that the business as usual slow the spread strategy has certainly mitigated mountain pine beetle impacts in Alberta. I think we can say that with a great deal of certainty and confidence now. What's interesting, though, is that we found that the computer's locked up. Nope. We found that we could find significant improvements through increased level 1, but not really level 2 applications, accompanied by any effort we can make in terms of finding and dealing with more of the green attacked trees. I know it's a little funny, but I'm reminded of my 10-year-old presentations that I was making regarding this very thing. Basically what we would state early on was that if the best you can do at the start of an infestation is going to ultimately determine the outcomes down the road. And I would point to the 1940s efforts in Banff, where they went into Banff at the outset of an infestation and effectively found every single infested tree and cut it down and burned it. And within 2 or 3 years, it was done, right? So that is one case of where this can happen. So it's worthwhile pointing it out. Now, whether or not the Cadillac version, as Clive described it, is possible is certainly up to debate. But anything that can improve the application of level 1, and maybe it's through a prioritization effort that can be informed by the predicted R values, or anything that can actually improve green attack detection, which again might be improved through prioritization based upon R values or some other thing, as Barry suggested, maybe these new technologies around drones. All of that will essentially lead to a better outcome from the point of view of the application of the business as usual strategy. And of course, we just showed that regardless of what happens, early intervention is really key. And I guess the emphasis now can be made back again to my perhaps overly blunt remarks around Jasper and the surrounding areas. But ultimately, if you're talking about the areas around Jasper out into Hinton, where you have such a massive pine basket there and such a critical component of the industry there is based on pine, this is where this sort of thing becomes critical. So whether you choose to go with the business as usual approach in that area, regardless of what you do, don't wait, right? You want to get at it. Okay, so now here's a point
in the day where I need some feedback from you guys insofar as how we proceed, because what we've done is gone along and shown you everything that we've been able to come up with. All right. I'll have to bring up the next one. Everything we've been able to come up with insofar as what we've done in phase 1 and phase 2 of the study to this point. But it does also highlight a number of things that we haven't done. We've had great conversation already to this point about some of the things we'd like to do, some of the things we could do. And so from this point forward, if you're interested, we could tell you about how we see moving forward, given the infrastructure we've developed, some of the ideas that we've got, basically as a sniff test to you as to whether or not we should be aggressive in pursuing ways in which we can go forward. So if you guys are done, I can simply sum this all up with a single slide. If you have some interest, we can go on with another 5 or 6 slides and talk about some of the stuff that we'd like to move forward on. So really, it's up to you guys what the outcome should be.
We could also offer coffee.
We could have coffee and then do it. That's another way of doing it. So, do you want a 15-minute break and then just a brief sum up before we adjourn?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So let's reconvene at 5 minutes to 3, and we'll give another 10 minutes or so at that point and wrap.
give us their thoughts about where they see this work going. But then I also put the challenge out to those that are here in this room to respond in kind in a way. What do you need in terms of information, additional information to help you make good questions? And perhaps maybe these types, this information exchange will allow them to really orient and focus in on some of the things that will be mutually beneficial. And so we'll follow that tack, and then again, we'll just see where it goes. But there's one last question that came through, and it was from our dear friend Barry Cook. And he said, suppose Hinton District has $3 billion worth of pine to be harvested in the next 30 years. Richard, are you listening?
I'm listening.
If they spent $5 million a year over the next 10 years, would this be a worthwhile investment? Now, spent $5 million a year, that would probably be on level 1 control.
Questions to me?
I know Rich's answer.
What's the answer?
Well, you know, and eventually it might come to you, but you know, with the modeling and perhaps you haven't got the economic attachment to this model, but you know, when you detect early and focus hard on level 1 treatment, can you carry on from there?
Yeah. So the question is, from Barry, if we had enormous amounts of money, would it be well spent at level 1 treatments in and around Hinton? Have I got that roughly?
That summarizes it pretty well.
You know, here's where I'll be careful because I don't pretend to know the detailed economics of things, but I certainly know that of the licensees in and around Hinton, and correct me if I'm wrong, Richard, but about 80% of your AAC is pine?
Yeah, it's pretty close to that.
Pretty close to that, okay. Well, that's a pretty significant component. And if you didn't have it, what would happen? Just bluntly, what would happen without that pine?
Well, there's significant reductions or closures of mills.
Okay, so the question as I see it, and of course I'm an ecologist, not an economist, but I would say, okay, what is that? If that is your cost, if that's your bottom line, compare it against the money that you'd spend, and then make your decision accordingly. Because clearly we've shown that whatever you do, even in the face of a population that will ultimately spread through, the habitat and cause a great deal of mortality, even at some level of intervention, you will slow the rate that it does that, which means that you can actually potentially keep harvesting at a sustainable rate or a sustainable level for a good number of years to come. Right. So in my opinion, whatever level you throw at it is going to have some degree of benefit. I'd love to hear what anyone else has got to say on that.
Especially Barry.
Especially Barry. I can hear him typing now.
We have a question here, Allan.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to say that in BC what happened was, like here, I guess same idea in Hinton, if 80% of your inventory is pine, and I don't know what percent that is of your accessible inventory or your merchantable inventory, is that 80%? So, BC, they jacked up all the cuts 2-3 times.
Yes.
And just, acknowledging that that is above the long-term sustainable levels to try and capitalize on the merchantability, and then they, we see that they're running out of their midterm timber supply. So,
Yeah.
you're just get benefiting now and it's cost you in the future.
The BC scenario is one of those rare cases where we can actually point to a direct cost to mountain pine beetle, because of course, when mountain pine beetle is functioning on a landscape and killing trees, it's not correct to go and say that tree was worth $75 and hence it's a net loss of $75 to that tree. It doesn't work that way, because that tree may or may not have been in the harvest queue. Right? It may or may not have been slated to be cut ever, or the harvest queue might have had it in the queue, that area, at a point where that tree would have died and regenerated and been back to be harvesting it. So it's a very complicated scenario as to what is the value of a dead tree. However, in BC, because of their increase to the annual allowable cut to attempt to extract value from the dead trees, they have been forced to decrease the AAC to accommodate to get back to sustainable levels. And what we can do is measure the difference, making a number of assumptions between what it was versus what it is now. And that amounts to somewhere in the neighborhood of $240 to $320 million annually for the foreseeable future. Right? And that number I get from the economists. So if you don't like it, that's their stuff. But that's a huge number.
right? That's a huge number, and they don't say for 5 years or 10 years, they say foreseeable future. So, yeah, it's a big deal.
Yeah, I just, the only comment I'll make is, you know, we're, you know, we have a little discussion just at the break there about the effectiveness of level 2. And I think that, you know, this year we are being very proactive in cooperation with the government on getting after a lot of areas that are basically, from a timing and control perspective, or level 1 or level 2 is really the same. So I would think that the effectiveness of the level 2 program this year, in that we're logging those stands at the same time that the individual tree program would have occurred anyways, would be more effective than maybe some of that data that we use to build a model. Because sometimes those administrative planning processes delay it to the point where maybe it becomes less effective, right?
Yeah.
So if we can be on it right away and aggressive in terms of that timeline, then we can probably be more effective.
Yeah, so Richard's comment is about the overall effectiveness of level 2 if you can actually alter the way in which it's applied in terms of its intensity and perhaps its timing and location. And I think that's a very good point. And in fact, to sort of repeat what Keith was saying, you know, feedback from you guys by the way of questions or comments or requests or asks are really, really welcome, because one of the things that we didn't do but certainly could do with the current MPBSpread model is we could relax those restraints that we put on level 2 application in terms of distances from road and the timing when it's put in, and we could look at outcomes. And I suspect that if you could get at more of it in a more timely fashion with a level 2 application, that we would wind up with a fairly significant impact, right? Which might be a way of getting around, you know, the costliness of upping level 1. Just a thought, but you know, these are things that we can do. So if you guys, you know, I'd love it if you guys would actually just email or write down or somehow get to me, perhaps by way of Keith, you know, any of these questions, concerns, or even suggestions. I'd love to see them, because that's how we move forward. In fact, this entire project and the proposal that we put together to pursue this evolved from discussions that we had over the years about trying to get at these questions about whether or not the expenditures around this program have been leading to some sort of impact. And we wouldn't have been able to sort of refine the question and deliver the information we have unless we had these conversations and the feedbacks that we've had over time. So the more the better.
And I would just add too, it wouldn't be that difficult for us to change the timing rules on the level 2 trees and run a scenario like that.
Yeah, that would be a real quick and easy change, yeah.
It might not be hard in your world, but in the operational application of harvesting in Alberta, it might be.
Yeah.
But the one thing on that though is that if there's that beetle export curve, right? Because right now the assumption is that level 2 doesn't go in until that beetle export factor has started to decrease. But in Rich's scenario right now, they're working very much at the beginning, and you're right, there's lots of operational issues, we can't move around. But perhaps is there an improvement would be, can the model specify certain compartments or certain portions of an FMA where they are on that curve, so that a company knows they have 2 compartments, should they be planning up, should they be planning up? Where is it on that curve? Is that compartment already too far gone for them to be effective, or is it still worthwhile for them to go in early into this compartment?
Yeah, you could change the allocation rules.
Yeah, you could. I mean, from the application of that principle on the ground at first detection, effectively, right? You know, because at first detection of a stand that is, I'll qualify it slightly, because at first detection of a stand that has the potential to generate a lot of beetles, which predicted R might tell you, then a level 2 intervention is going to do a couple things for you. It's actually going to remove those beetles, but also remove the habitat for those beetles as well, which is what the Healthiest Pine strategy was all about anyways. So there's a couple of wins on that front for sure.
I've got a question for Richard. Richard, in the face of Mountain Pine Beetle and the challenges that it poses for West Fraser, is West Fraser looking at an accelerated road building program in any fashion?
We're looking at areas that are currently not roaded to determine whether we start to plan corridors into them. We're fairly fortunate that we've got a pretty well-roaded FMA right now. But we are looking at those areas that there are no roads into to see where would we put a road, and kind of have a bit of a plan so that we can get in front of it.
Okay.
So I guess the short answer is yeah, we are.
Okay.
We started to do that in some parts on kind of some of the areas on the Edson FMA a little further from the beetle yet, but it's kind of been our thinking that we need to be in there.
Any other comments before we just take a few moments to step through forward?
I think it would also be interesting to see this model take into account the caribou deferred areas.
I'm getting there. Brilliant segue, Devin. Thanks. Brilliant. All right.
I guess in this model, would there be a way to build almost intensity into it? Because it's, to me, it looks like cells are yes or no infested, and then they have an R value. And so, would there be a way to almost build intensity into it, like, you know, this cell was attacked 1, because an R value with 3 trees is different, is going to produce more beetles than an R value with 10 trees. So that 10 tree cell would actually produce more beetles into uninfested stands.
The model does deal with that. I mean, do you guys want to?
The model accounts for that. I mean, there's, you know, there's a relative weighting that's attached to, remember, there's the habitat quality index, right? Which is, that's not directly linked to R, mind you. But, you know, there is, the PIT value reflects kind of the overall attractiveness of a cell to other cells that are occupied, right? So there is that element to it. But then once a cell is colonized, I mean, it's not all or none. The beetle sort of munches its way through, you know, the stand and, you know, depletes the pine, and then the export factor is linked to that. So it's a little more complicated. I mean, for obvious reasons, you know, I couldn't give you a lot of the detail on that, but it's a little more complicated. But it does factor in the that depletion.
Okay, and there's no, the depletion for a cell, is that uniform, or is it?
No, it's not uniform, no.
Yeah, perhaps, you know, what we could have done is show some of the mortality projections as well, but we didn't get there. But no, it tries to capture the, you know, the expected dynamic of beetles at the stand level effectively in terms of the sequence, the temporal sequence of the infestation, as well as how that sequence would be modified given the available host within a given cell. So, yeah.
Can I just have one more question?
Yeah.
So this model, it's mostly aimed at modeling epidemic Mountain Pine beetle behavior, right? Not endemic.
Yeah.
And so, what would you need to do in order to, like, I mean, you would be doing control activities once we hit Mountain Pine beetles and endemic, but what would you have to do with this model in order to be able to apply it to that situation?
This model, I don't know if it would be relevant necessarily immediately to an endemic situation. However, the good news is that I have a PhD student who has just finished his fieldwork, Stan, you know, and he has been thinking a lot about this question, and we have been discussing ways in which we could parameterize a model that you could look at the availability of endemic habitat across, you know, across any pine forest, including, you know, the areas we're talking about here. And so, to be honest with you, now that I haven't thought about it until you just asked the question, but as I do this in my head, I'm starting to think that we could probably get to the point where we could deliver easily the relationships required to sort of take the cell-based approach and begin projecting across the landscape. Yeah.
Yeah. So for myself, I mean, I'm thinking yes, we're in this like position where we're controlling and stuff like that. But I'm thinking like in the future, like beyond all this, and we need that information.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. No, I like to think that some of the stuff that Stan is doing is going to give us the capacity to look at forests, pine forests between outbreaks, and begin to sort of have some predictable capacity about where, if it's going to start, it'll become worst.
Yeah, because I think that would help
Well
us
in
make
advance.
better structure to have more heterogeneity in our age classes on the landscape. And
Absolutely.
that would be a really useful thing for that, which would be in importance for previous to
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, once again, anything feedback from you guys is more than welcome. So anything you want to send to myself or funnel through Keith will be wonderful. Okay. So I'm not going to read this off. You guys know it, but essentially we're just summing the successes that we've had to this point, right? We've effectively done what we set out to do, and we're quite confident in the conclusions that the slow to spread strategy is effective, and it certainly achieves an outcome that is far better than doing nothing by itself, and that there are potential opportunities for improvements that can be achieved hopefully in a realistic fashion in one way or another as we go forward in time. There might be some options, and I'd be happy to sit down with you guys and talk about some of these things, how we might take predicted R, for example, and improve the focus of the level 1 treatments, if not increase it. Right, so there might be that capacity, or perhaps looking at ways in which level 2 might substitute for level 1 where it's possible and feasible within the policy that you guys are constrained by, that sort of thing. So there's lots of successes, and I'm thrilled by the project because when you get to this point, especially as someone like myself who's just basically an on-the-ground ecologist, when you can start talking about landscapes and generalizing the things that you do to a bigger picture, it gets very exciting. But there's some things that we haven't done, which I think we could do, and essentially scaling things up. So at this point in time, remember we were talking about working simply with the FMAs that gave us AVI data, right? So the area was large, no question about it, and reflective of the largest portion of the mountain pine beetle spread over the years that we considered things. But that's gone beyond that. There's areas to the north, as you pointed out, Caroline. There's areas further south now in Jasper and Hinton, and so on and so forth. So a provincial scale look would be a wonderful thing to be able to do. We don't yet know if Saskatchewan is still facing a risk, and if Rory McIntosh was here, he'd be banging the table and jumping up and down. Or the pine forest further east. So that's something that if we got to the provincial scale, we might be able to address in greater detail. Impacts to other values other than timber, and here's Devin's point, right? We don't know what any of this means ultimately to other values like habitat, other values other than timber, for example. And then the corollary of that, the flip side of that is, indeed, what do those other values, when they do have an imposition in terms of how we manage our forests, what do they mean in terms of net down, and ultimately how does that affect our ability to manage mountain pine beetle over the landscape? So if you can't get in and do anything about it because it's caribou habitat, or it's an air weapons range, or it's a park, and yet there's lots of pine there, what does it mean ultimately to the growing population and the spread of that population over the landscape? These are things that we can address with the infrastructure that we've got in terms of MPBSpread. And finally, we don't know either what we might be able to do if we were to consider other approaches. And some of those other approaches might be a slow the spread strategy with a focus on the leading edge, with manipulations of the habitat to some degree behind that to create a habitat or a landscape that's less likely to support a spreading population, right? There's all kinds of other questions that we haven't been able to ask. So with that in mind, this is where I wanted to do essentially a stand-up proposal to you guys about how we would go forward using MPBSpread as a foundation. So I'm going to hand it off to Clive here because he's got some ideas on how we can get at some of these issues given where we've come so far with and using the constructs that we've got in place.
Thanks, Alan. Okay, I'm going to cover a little bit about what Alan talked about, and then I'm going to present something quite different that we're pretty excited about. So future work then with, so there's really two parts then to this idea of going forward. So future work then should really focus around broadening the spatial scale. So really that's the provincial level and maybe larger, and a longer temporal scale. We talked a bit earlier about that, possibly running out to several decades, and with a broader suite of values. That's a fairly sort of straightforward kind of extension of what I've already shown you. Expanding the scale of application introduces, though, an additional uncertainty into the efficacy of control. The magnitude of this uncertainty is largely unknown, and that's the fact that a sizable proportion of the land base does not receive any significant beetle control because those areas are inaccessible, they're too visually sensitive, parks for example, or they're otherwise restricted. Riparian zones, special conservation wildlife areas, etc. Military sites. So to kind of get a bit of a handle on this, I had a look at got a few forest management plans and just put down for 8 different forest management units on the Coal Lake Air Weapons Reserve, what's the total area of these different areas, different regions? And then the number you can really look at is, of that total area, what percentage is the timber harvested land base? And you can see here that it's not unusual that the THLB is less than 50% of the area, right? And the reason is, of course, that all sorts of reasons, the whole aspects or whole section areas of that FMU get netted out. So they're essentially free for the mountain pine beetle to use, and they're essentially, for all intents and purposes, unavailable to us to do anything about. So, and then with Cold Lake, I mean, you've got a fairly large area, and as far as I'm aware, you really can't go in and do very much at all for security reasons. So we've kind of got this, it's sort of like the elephant in the room, right? I mean, there's all these areas that the beetle's sort of free to go in, populations build up, and then they start spilling out onto the landscape. We don't really understand the implications of that. So fortunately with Mountain Pine Beetle Spread, with this model, we can actually do that. We could run the model, for example, with the status quo, put those things in, have no control. We can net them out so there's no control. Run the model, then we can add control into them, just as a starting point. Or we can look at flexibility around sort of how much control we might apply on an area-specific basis to particular regions. So that seems like a fairly sort of logical extension. And so the model, the tool then will allow us to do an initial evaluation, a first cut at the very least, of the impact of this net down effect, what we call the net down effect, on beetle spread. So I think from my perspective at least, it's a bit of a no-brainer. What you normally do, expand the tool to a broader scale, both spatially and temporally. Now here's where it gets really interesting. A key finding was that the relative importance of level 1 control was that level 1 control was important in reducing spread. But increasing the area subject to level 1 and 2, in conjunction with detection and eradication improvements, that was even better. Now, aside from being costly to implement, both strategies are really oriented towards the treatment of stands that are already incurring losses from mountain pine beetle. It's what we've started to call reactive control. We basically wait till the beetle tells us what we need to do. So we go out there, we find it, it's already there, it's already doing damage, and then we figure out, well, now we got to do something about it. So the healthy pine strategy, along with regular timber harvesting, that represents a proactive strategy. Susceptible stands are removed prior to any losses incurred, prior to pine mortality. And in a way, what we're thinking is these measures serve to sort of beetle-proof the landscape. Now the problem is that the relative utility of this approach in slowing the spread of mountain pine beetle, we just don't know. It seems like a good idea, but we're not sure, because we haven't really done the analysis yet, to understand whether it's effective, how effective it is, and whether it could be expanded to improve the overall efficacy. So that was kind of the core of the issue we were trying to come to terms with. How do we address this? So one option that we explored combines mountain pine beetle spread with an approach that uses something called percolation theory. And to characterize the degree to which the pine landscape is connected from the perspective of mountain pine beetle colonization. So I'm not going to go into any of the details of percolation theory or anything like that. It's a really interesting branch, actually starting in physics, and it's all about how liquids percolate through substances. It's got real importance in things like waterproofing, right? If you can block percolation, something's waterproof. So physicists get all excited about stuff like that. But in this case, what we're thinking, the paradigm shift here is you have to think about it from the perspective of the landscape is a percolation system. And what the beetle is doing is it's figured out, if you want, a way to percolate across this landscape, because the landscape is connected ecologically for that beetle. And what we're trying to understand now is, how do we characterize that degree of percolation? How do we characterize the connectedness of the landscape? And this was sort of the light that went on. Yeah, if we can get a handle on this concept of connectedness, it puts into perspective what we're doing with control, which is we're trying to manipulate connectedness. Now, with reactive control, we're trying to do that by directly suppressing populations of mountain pine beetle. But with the HPS and harvesting, we're really directly looking to try to affect connectedness by removing possible habitat. So let's sort of explore that idea a bit more so it's sort of firmly in your mind the way we're thinking about it. So landscape connectivity then is the critical factor regulating the scale of the mountain pine beetle outbreak. So imagine an organism, say mountain pine beetle, and it's got some average distance it can disperse. So let's play a little mind game here, just think about things very simply. Now, this dispersal distance can be used to characterize the connectivity of a landscape in terms of the ability of the organism to move through that landscape. Okay, so habitats then in this little cartoon are connected because the organism can sort of move from one patch to another. And that's because its dispersal capability, which I've put in for some red arrows, is greater than the minimum distances between those patches. Okay? Now remember to always keep in mind how mountain pine beetle sees this pine habitat. Here is a disconnected landscape. We've taken out and created a critical gap. We've taken a piece of that landscape out, right? So that's in somewhat analogous in our thinking to what we might do with the HPS or with harvesting. Now let's really try and sort of firmly plant this in your mind about how mountain pine beetle sees habitat. So here's a classic map of the distribution of pine, lodgepole, and jack pine across the province. Now at this scale, it's a green blob, right? It's there, it's everywhere. But in reality, of course, scale is everything. Here is a clip from actually our study area at a much finer resolution. And it's just the basic distribution of pine from an area we clipped out. That's all the green. At this scale, you can begin to see that the habitat is patchy, right? It's not uniform. And here, for example, it's highly connected because you have contiguous patches that match together. So easy for a beetle to move across that landscape. If the beetle was dependent in some way on having to move in this direction, as you move from this way in further east, you can see the habitat becomes progressively disconnected. And the questions we're asking are, is if we can characterize connectivity of the landscape using percolation theory, okay, does that give us an ability to devise strategies for reducing connectivity through HPS, through harvesting, in conjunction with level 1 and level 2 is what we're thinking. It's kind of a new approach to trying to understand new strategies to deal with a beetle that might be more effective and more efficient given the costs associated with control.
I have a question about that. So is the connectivity affected by the number of beetles that it would take to overwhelm a tree in naive situations?
That's a very good question, and the answer is yes. So connectivity is not just, of course, in our simple example, you know, I've tried to just illustrate this basic notion that think about, you know, the landscape as being this sort of fragmented set of habitat. Some of it's contiguous, some of it's not. The ability to traverse a gap, in the case of mountain pine beetle, and our model shows this, is partly a function of the population size. Because it's true that it's a bit like, once again, flipping a coin and saying, well, I need to get 2 heads. Well, if you flip the coin 3 times, you've got some probability of that occurring. If you flip it 10 times, you have a much bigger probability. It's kind of the same thing with a beetle population, right? The more beetles you got, the more they're going to be raining out into that habitat. And the greater the connectivity is of that habitat in real terms. Now, that's getting a bit beyond sort of where I want to go with this conceptually right now. But you're sort of getting the idea now that this habitat is connected and beetle behavior affects that connectivity. And furthermore, that's what we're trying to manipulate, if we can manage the landscape effectively. So there's just some terminology here that I may or may not mention. It's this notion of connectivity And there's a bunch of metrics you can calculate that really describe the degree of connectivity in a habitat. And so one of them is the average distance that an organism must travel across to cross a landscape in order to make it connected. Okay? You can measure that, you can test for it. And so I'm going to show you an example of how you do that and what it looks like. Here's a graph that's of a sort of a made-up example. And what on this axis you see what's called a connectivity index. So imagine we have some habitat and some of it's fragmented, some of it's all connected together. What you can do is you can say, how connected is that habitat? The way you test that is you say, okay, I'm going to give the organism an ability to travel 10 kilometers. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the organism down at a random location, and then I'm going to see how far that organism can go if it just hops from patch to patch. And that's really what the connectivity distance is. You just keep doing that over and over again. And you might find out that, you get some value, whatever that index is here. Then you say, okay, let's imagine the organism can now travel 20 kilometers. You do exactly the same thing. And what you find is that because the organism can travel further, its connectivity index goes up. Now, what's really cool about this analysis is this. There's a breakpoint often. And often what happens is, in these kinds of analysis, you hit a point where suddenly the habitat goes from being disconnected down here to being almost completely connected. Okay? So this breakpoint is very characteristic of this notion of connectivity. And it's really important from the point of view of control, because if we can manage to manipulate connectivity and push it to the point where we can exceed the ability of the organism to traverse that landscape by hopping across habitat patches, now we've got a way to slow the spread really effectively. And that's kind of, so, and the way we do that then is we sort of, what our notion is that we'll calculate using percolation theory a whole bunch of connectivity indices. Then what we'll do is we'll devise a series of strategies to break the landscape apart, to make it more disconnected. Then we'll test those strategies with Mountain Pine Beetle spread, right? So then we run the model, and we get the model to tell us, well, just how connected is that landscape? Okay, so you get this feedback mechanism where you can begin to develop new strategies, and then you use the model to kind of test those ideas out. It's a very different approach to how we sort of model or how we try to manage Mountain Pine Beetle by going from a heavy emphasis on reactive control, finding out where the beetle is and chasing it, to proactive control, because we're trying to break this landscape up before the beetle actually gets there, or before the beetle gets so well established that we can't really do anything about it with our control. So that's kind of one idea that we've been sort of playing with. So just to kind of summarize this a bit. So in the case of Mountain Pine Beetle, connectivity depends on host quality and its distribution. How much pine is out there, how good it is, where it is. We can characterize that with percolation theory. We can use proactive control tactics like HPS and harvesting. We can devise them to try to break up the landscape, make it less connected to Mountain Pine Beetle. Then we need to know something about Mountain Pine Beetle dynamics. We can use MPBSim to do that, or spread to do that. The models used then to evaluate these proactive control tactics in conjunction with reactive measures. It might mean a reallocation of effort towards the proactive control and perhaps less emphasis on reactive control. And in the end, it might be a more effective, cost-effective method to control the spread of the beetle. So that's what we're kind of thinking here. So it represents kind of a novel approach to Mountain Pine Beetle control strategies. It provides a means of beetle-proofing the landscape, which might result in lower overall pine mortality, more effective allocation of reactive control measures, and an assessment of risk and uncertainty associated with control strategies. That's a big difference with what we have now. Remember, MPBSpread's a stochastic model. It generates a range of outcomes. Those outcomes give us probabilities. And so now what we can do is we can begin to run the model and assess risk. How much risk is there attached to a particular strategy? Risk in the sense of what's the probability of the organism of Mountain Pine Beetle traversing the entire province? Or at a more local scale, we can say, what's the risk if we employ this particular HPS and harvesting strategy of the Mountain Pine Beetle incurring X amount of damage, if you wish, or loss to pine? We can start to characterize risk and uncertainty, and decisions can be made that reduce risk. And that's a really fundamental change, I think, in the way at least that I think, or have thought about, how these control strategies play out on the landscape. And ultimately, what we'd like to see is a reduction in the probability of the continued eastward spread of the beetle across both Alberta and potentially into Saskatchewan and beyond. So that's kind of it's a bit of a high level, but it's sort of gives you an indication of where we're trying to go with this. We're trying to, obviously use the tool, extend its spatial and temporal scale, but we're also trying to think about the problem in different ways. And the idea is that we want to approach it in a way that is maybe more cost effective and ultimately achieves our objectives, or has a greater probability of achieving our ultimate objectives. So it's very general, but it's late in the day. So unless you have a question directly then, Keith?
I do.
Okay.
I guess the one thing that strikes me is that I think this is a rather novel approach, but then I come to think about the size of the removal of a stand to create that void or that missing step. Would that missing step also cause a blockage to the genetic flow of other animals, for example? I don't know. So there's unintended consequences of fragmentation.
There are.
And I think that when pursuing this, there has to be some sort of consideration in the background about that.
Well, and what's interesting is that, the approach we've described here, what you can do with percolation theory is you can characterize the landscape when it's more or less subject to no constraints, in that you're creating maximum disconnectedness, right? Then you can say, all right, but over here we have some sort of conservation area for other purposes. Add that back in, and then look at how that affects connectedness, and how that affects the ability of the beetle to percolate across that landscape. So it gives you that ability a lot, when you're using MPBSpread, obviously, to do that. But, it allows you to begin to get at those questions.
One thing I'll point out on that front, Keith, is Barry and I had a conversation about this last night over beers, and one of his points was that it's also something to consider with respect to fire, because he is in his own personal observation is starting to see that the fires in and around Fort McMurray seem to be providing some barriers to the beetles that were sort of poking around up in that neck of the woods. And so certainly it's not simply all about harvesting necessarily, but in the prospect of areas that aren't currently being looked at for significant timber values, fire is a natural part of that ecosystem anyways. And indeed, if you look at the situation in British Columbia and to a lesser extent in Alberta, the reason why we have so much susceptible pine on the landscape is because our management of fire anyways. So if we either choose to mimic fire or let fire burn where we can let it burn, then we might actually achieve some of this as well.
Sure. Okay.
So in terms of harvesting pine, I've said this before, and it raises a lot of people's eyebrows a bit, but in context of British Columbia, we didn't harvest enough pine. Right? If we were going to mimic fire, if that was our attempt to harvest to mimic fire as a disturbance agent, we didn't get anywhere near it when it came to pine in BC, and that was the problem.
Thank you.
And so one thing I'm just keep thinking about is so do we know enough about the dispersal of mountain pine beetles to kind of get an idea of the minimum size of the gap needed to create that void. One thing that I'm just thinking about is that like not all beetles in a population are equal, right? Like you have long distance dispersers and short distance dispersers in a population. So even just like knowing that, and knowing what proportion of, you know, a population is that long and what proportion is short, like seems like that still throws a bit of a
Do you wanna?
I can say a couple of things to that, Caroline. They're very good questions because dispersal is the hardest thing to ever assess in any animal population. But we can infer a lot about mountain pine beetle dispersal based upon what we see in terms of patterns of infestation. And then insofar as not all beetles are created equal, we actually capture that in our beetle, our BEF or our beetle export factor, because the idea is exactly what you decided, you know, or what you mentioned, because the dispersal capacity of beetles, the fat bodies they accumulate, are going to be greatest at the early stages of the infestation, and then everything will tail off, and that's part of what goes into that beetle export factor. Any more questions, comments?
I just wanted to follow up on, I think your comment is a good one too. I mean, most of the time when we talk about landscape connectivity, we're trying to increase it so we can get animals to use the habitat. But here we're trying to do the opposite. So I mean, it's something that you definitely have to take into account.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Richard.
Just a question, so isn't this process or this concept already being applied in Alberta for control, for ranking of sites that need control? Is this connectedness of the infected? I guess it's kind of reactive maybe.
Yeah, it is reactive, and the goal isn't ultimately in the construction of a landscape that is less suitable for spread. It's the goal is to remove the pine that the beetle might occupy, which you know can be the similar, but oftentimes it's very different in the sense of ultimately producing a landscape that is less susceptible to spread.
Is there anything in your experience or just understanding of mountain pine beetle and forests, and as an ecologist, is there anything that would suggest to you that the mountain pine beetle populations just might collapse? And if so, what would be the reason for just a total collapse? I mean, it happened to spruce buckler years ago.
Yeah, you know, it's the predictability of outcomes regarding population dynamics in an invasive context is basically the holy grail of most people that work in invasion biology, right? And the problem is that not all introduced species become invasive, and not all invasives become aggressive, like you see in the case of, say, emerald ash borer, or now with mountain pine beetle. And a large part of that unknown is about trophic interactions we don't fully understand. And so it's difficult to say with the mountain pine beetle. You know, where I'm very surprised with the speed that it's spread and the impacts that it's caused in naive lodgepole and hybrid pine, it still hasn't quite done what I expected to do in jack pine yet. You know, and Antonia is working with Maya Evenden and I on that very question. And we do know that there tends to be a specificity that mountain pine beetles seem to be really well tuned to lodgepole, right? You know, there was a paper published by Ken Raffa recently looking at attacks on whitebark pine in mixed stands of lodgepole, and even beetles emerging from whitebark still prefer to lodgepole. Yeah. So does that mean that the populations won't get into jack pine and spread ultimately? I don't think I'd bet the farm on that one. You know, I think that there's probably significant selection happening in the populations that are being pushed in that direction, that eventually they'll get it, if you know what I mean, right? Because we talk about hosts for mountain pine beetle in the context of chemotypes, and lodgepole and jack are pretty similar, but there's a couple of differences, and one of those, say, is alpha pining. I mean, the jack is just loaded with it, and lodgepole to a much lesser degree. And that could be affecting the way in which the beetles are choosing to attack and do their deal with the tree. But I don't see that as being a massive barrier. Where I do see some interesting barriers are with some of Stan's work now, Stan Picconi's work now, that is showing that small populations of mountain pine beetle just don't seem to be doing so well in these jack pine habitats. So if populations are so low that they can no longer mass attack a large diameter jack pine, and those populations, believe me, are so much smaller than what you'd expect from lodgepole, there's not a lot of habitat out there for them because virtually every unhappy jack pine that I've ever come across is loaded with Ips pini and wood borers. Ips pini and wood borers. It just everywhere you go, Ips pini and wood borers. There's no room for mountain pine beetle. So I'm not so sure there's an endemic niche. That remains to be seen, and we'll see. But whether or not it needs the endemic niche is another question altogether. So I'm sorry to give you the sit on the fence answer, but I don't have a better one than that. Okay, couple words, and I guess we can wrap, and I'll hand it back to Keith. So it's interactions like this that are incredibly valuable to researchers like us, because we get to know where your priorities are, because in the end we want to be relevant. You know, we want to give you information that you can use. That is the best compliment I'll ever get to anything I've ever done by way of science. So feedback is appreciated. Your ideas on what we've done, your ideas on what we can do, absolutely critical to how we take these steps going forward. So thanks for your attention in what has been a relatively intense day. Really thanks for all the questions and feedback, because it's been great. It really means that you guys have been with us the whole way and paying attention, which is also fantastic. So thank you very much, and hope to see you guys real soon.
Well, with those few closing words by Allan, I don't have much to add other than it would be really, actually, Eric asked me if I would summarize things here, and it would, sorry Erica, I ain't gonna do it, because it would be really presumptuous of me to try and capture everything that these three gentlemen said during the day and the discussion that went on. But what really struck me was something that we probably all knew, that if you see something, act on it, and act on it hard, particularly if it's going to end up being something serious. And I think that's the take-home message. And the very fine work that's being done in modeling and development of the R values, and being able to incorporate these things into a spread model that can be used for enlightenment. And I have to remind everybody that models are just hypotheses about potential outcomes. But these potential outcomes are actually coming to reality. So I think we have to put a lot of faith in these models, but we also have to keep an eye to validate them almost on a constant basis. But as new information and additional information comes to bear on topics such as Mountain Pine Beetle, I think we'll get much better at it. But these models are suggestions as to what we need to do and how quickly we need to do them. And I'm actually quite surprised at a number of the curves. I hadn't seen them before. I need to go back to that book. And I have 2 copies, by the way. And this is really fine work, and I'm very pleased to have been part of it and seen the start of it, and now almost we're getting to a conclusion. But the ideas about where this work needs to go has to be put up against what people think in terms of an operational sense of where they would like to see it go as well. And I might suggest that a discussion with Dave Anderson, because he's been talking about fragmentation of forests for quite a long time, and he's done a lot of modeling. And I think you would find a lot of receptivity on Dave's part on the Healthy Landscape program about this. And so I would urge you to do this, and I'll bring this to Dave's attention at the same time. But lastly, I want to thank all of you. You've been extremely attentive and asking questions, that is so important, as Allan said. And also I want to thank Ben over here, Williamson, and I'm going to put a little tin cup here for a new computer, because we blew out a UBS port on our computer, so we had to do a modified live stream. And to Fred Hannington, who managed to squeak us in here at the university and to order all this fine food. And so, those that have to travel, safe trip home, and we will see you again for another breaking news workshop. Anyway, thank you again.